Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. And you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance I've never been. I've never been.
I was all alone. Then you showed up. under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold, dear. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers found, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold, dear. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
Allergic, yeah. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. Open sesame, keyless sky. Jump in, fling on my belt, then drive. Body kit with a wide arch on the side. Nothing but W's, this thing's wide. Takes off like a G6, then glides. Reds in the red, even when the light's red. Nobody ain't got a track with this vibe. Rear wheel drive just so I can slide. Stay focused, slow mo. Got these moves out of Tokyo drift. All on cam so there ain't no miss. We'll be riding low so the car don't flip. I take corners better than stick. I don't work, but who said I don't shift? Paddles in the back, or we can do stick. Even in the moon, my car would stick. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. 99 octane, I got the juice. I got goals to reach, let me loose. I got horns I can lock with a moose. Every time I turn, I just get a boost. Wheel spinning, rubber spilling, way ahead, boy, I'm proper chilling. If I tried, I'd pop a piston. You don't know what you're doing, you should probably listen. I'm really that guy, spinning that wide. Give me targets, I'll hit him with the backside. Whoa, better move when the backslides. Go wheel to wheel, 2 cars, that's high. And we can keep going all night. We can go 2 wheels, we can even do bikes. Stop for the feds, psych. Left and right, car swings like mine. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through fields. Press the start, you hear it really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real.
Every team's goal at the major is to be the last team standing. The only team that gets to win their final game. And the prize, the right to lift that trophy and call yourself major champion. Team Falcons have come to this kingdom looking for the third time to be the charm. NRG have a long road ahead on the road to another major championship final. Furia are hungry to bring that trophy home to South America for the very first time. And Team Vitality have World Championship pedigree that none can match. And should they advance, the gatekeepers await. Blocking their path are North America's Ultimate Warriors and Europe's Blue Wall. Welcome to the final act, and welcome to Championship Sunday.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to the final day of competition here live in Birmingham. We have 6 teams, we have 1 trophy. Only one of them will be crowned champion at the end. I'm excited about it, Gibbs. We're back here finally, crowning champions in 2025.
There's just so much hype when we have those openings. I feel like if I was a player, I'd be like, all right, no scrims. We got to hear stacks first to get pumped up and then go back to scrimming. It's going to be a great day.
He always kills it, doesn't he, that man Stacks? It's good to be here.
It's crazy, Bates. I mean, you make it this far in the tournament, you get celebrated like that, but you know every one of the players is like, yeah, the graphics are cool. A trophy would be nice. I would really like to win the whole thing.
Listen, and all 6 teams can get the job done today. We got nothing short of sensational Rocket League gameplay en route. The fans in Birmingham should be really excited. And like you said, Wade, only one can take home the trophy.
And we talked about it on the Thursday pre-show. We had 3 favorites, 3 contenders. All those teams are here today. These are your best teams in the world. Now they compete. 1 life for all of them. 5 matches and the champion.
Absolutely. We labeled 3 of them contenders. Technically, all of them were contenders at the beginning. We started with 16 teams from all over the world. We are now down to just 6. 2 from Europe, 2 from North America, 1 from the Middle East, and 1 from South America.
It's perfect. I feel like that no matter how, we could be season 20 and we're still going to have EU and NA, 2 teams still battling it out. Yeah, it just feels like a dream top 6 run here, Badge.
And and then with the Mina Sam, we've been seeing Falcons and Furia ever since we came out of the open era, or came out of COVID, went into the open era, back all the way in Dallas back in 2022. Falcons, Furia, Vitality, NRG, Carmine, Ultimate. I mean, the same players, y'all.
And we're guaranteed an international final no matter what. We got the 2 Europeans. They're on the same side of the bracket. The 2 North Americans on their side of the bracket as well.
Absolutely, folks. They're playing for $102,000 as well as 30 season points, trying to qualify, like guarantee their spots at the World Championship in Lyon, France later on this year. So those points, very, very important. But man, CJ, there's the prize money, there's the points, and then there's also the trophy.
Just winning a laugh. I told like this trophy is, come on now. It's pretty nice. We'll talk about that in a minute, but look at that thing. Oh, here it is. We're going to talk about it right now.
It's beautiful. Thomas Light will craft all trophies and medals for Rlcs 2025, producing 3 trophies and 21 medals for the season. We appreciate them being one of the partners here for the Rocket League Championship Series. Excited to see that trophy get held up. It is a proper piece of hardware as well. It's not the only competition, though. The Rlcs Birmingham Major is not the only competition happening in the building this weekend. We also had the British Esports Cup. Let's see how it unfolded.
Right now we're in Birmingham. As you can see, we're warming up for our series that starts at 4 o'clock. And yeah, we're ready.
I'm super excited to be here. I'm really excited for the tournament and I'm excited to watch the major on the weekend.
It's a surreal experience. It's a dream for me and we worked hard to get here, so it's probably one of the best experiences so far in my career.
Getting to this point was much more difficult than we expected. We thought we would have an easier run, but I think that just goes to show that Britain has a lot more talent than we expected.
I think the match as a whole, it will be close. I think it's fair to say there's going to be nerves between all 6 of us, as much as, you know, we've probably got it in our favour with Cash being very experienced, but I think it could go either way.
Okay, boys, remember what I taught you? We stick to the plan. If you have anything to say, come to me, I'll resolve it. We'll keep the spirits high. Come on, it's Cash's last LAN, so let's go out with a blast and have fun.
Tokyo Tigers are a very good team. They've got a lot of established players, so it won't be easy. They've got good experience. It'll be a good game.
We have great synergy. We're good friends off the pitch as well, so it makes it really easy. I don't have a specific plan that I'm going to follow, just play off vibes, really.
Last time I was on a LAN, I got to the finals and came second. Didn't win in the finals. I would love to win in this one.
Goffs opens the scoring. I think it was Pluvo in net. Cash is at midfield, full boost, looking for something special, and it's in. And Goff sneaks it in. And Acro slamming it home. The Tokyo Tigers, and they're denied. He comes from the ceiling, and he scores those. Not for a single moment was he missing this. Tokyo Tigers, they need to get an attack going, but I think they've just conceded again. Goff's the goal scorer this time. And 75% are your British Esports Cup Rocket League champions.
I'm absolutely disappointed, to be honest. It's unfortunate to not give Cash a proper farewell.
I mean, it's a little bit frustrating. Like, we could have definitely won a couple of games, but the nerves got to us. But I think overall I'm happy, you know. Second's still good. You can't be mad at that.
I'm really happy, to be honest. I mean, it was a tough game. I think it took us a long time to get into it, but I'm happy that we won. Of course, that's what matters.
The whole experience has been fantastic. I can't thank British Esports enough. We've had a great laugh. Been able to meet my friends. It's been amazing.
I just want to play more, to be honest. From playing a LAN like this and then being at the major, I mean, it's just so motivating. I just want to keep going and keep playing, to be honest.
Well, congratulations on winning the British Esports Cup 2025.
Now, whilst they might be called 75%, one thing is for certain. You boys certainly gave it 100 the whole way through. So, Acro, I'm going to come to you first because finishing 6th in the EU Rlcs Opens to make it to Birmingham. How do you think the performance you had in the British Esports Cup is going to affect you moving forward?
I think it'll give me some good experience for the next split. I think, especially if we do end up contending for the next major, I think it'll give me some good LAN experience for the American Open.
Well, best of luck to you for that one. And Gorfs, we have so much UK talent, so much young UK talent at that as well. How do you feel initiatives like this end up helping the younger generation that are moving on up?
Well, I think it's great for the British players, to be honest. I mean, the tournament we played with the qualifiers was great, and, you know, we saw so much talent. And if we just keep getting more of these tournaments, there'll be so much talent coming through, and it's just really enjoyable for everyone.
Rezi, talk to me, man, because previously part of Wolves, previously part of Moist as well. Have you got any words for the teammates that have been joining you throughout this entire journey?
They've been really supportive and a great group of lads to work with. So it's been a lot of fun, and I don't know.
A lot of fun. Fun is the main part of Rocket League. Let's keep it real. Noah, any key highlights for you from this entire experience?
I mean, the whole event as a general, it's crazy that it's here at an RLCS event. You know, we're able to come here and represent our nation and the tournament at this event, and it's all intertwined together. So that is the main highlight for me, and I want to see more of this in the future. You know, smaller events being tied in with the main event of RLCS.
Well, we can only hope. Isn't that right, Birmingham? Give them a round of applause, please. Your British Esports Cup champions, 75%!
I love seeing the RLCS come to town, help support the local esports scene, especially the local Rocket League esports scene here, and it's been a lot of fun for them.
Yeah, that's got to be like an awesome experience. It's not like the ultimate LAN experience, but they still get those reps in, right? Where you are playing in a high pressure situation. You're playing on the set that everyone else is playing on. So really good experience for them.
I'm seeing it now in OCE Major. We have some Australian Retirees Cup, and I can finally win a tournament.
You can only win the 1v1 caster tournament. That's the only thing you can win from that one.
Well, speaking of getting reps in, and speaking of 1v1s, let's talk about the most special and unique part of yesterday, the first ever RLCS 1v1 LAN finals between Moxie and Yang. Yan. Watching this one go down was incredible, and it was, CJ, very much a duel of reps versus in-game pure skill.
And to begin, it was all about the 1v1 experience. That was coming through early. Moxie, he had his way with Yan first 3 games, and we were thinking, okay, maybe he's just a little bit too good, but all Yan needed was a window in, and Moxie, he started to crumble a little bit, Gibbs.
Yeah, that game 1 was huge, though, by Moxie. He was down 3 goals late, comes back and wins it because of his kickoffs, and we're like, uh-oh, these kickoffs are doing really well for him. Probably about an 80% conversion. Yan getting blown out in game 3, and you're like, all right, this might be a 4-0. But it's a little different than 3v3. As soon as you lose 1 game in ones, it's only you. There's a lot of pressure on you. We saw on the cameras from Moxie. Tons of pressure on him, and Yan, he began to take to the skies.
Yeah, that's his bread and butter, the aerial plays. You could just see the different play styles coming through with these 2 players, and this was huge. Yan forcing it to game 7, but Moxie, his first time in front of a crowd like this, there's so much pressure on him as well with the home crowd, and just a massive game 7 performance. Those kickoffs, the wave dash kickoffs, and also the air dribble bumps coming through, but he held his nerve, and he will be in Leon now.
Yeah, Moxie, I think he tried to not do too much in game 7. Yan maybe tried to do a little bit too much. Barely survives, but he was really emotional. He went on to the Vitality stream and was like very emotional about to represent France now, like at the World Championship, and for all his fans that have been supporting him the whole way. So hats off to Moxie, the 1v1 main, doing what he came here to do. He's been waiting for this forever, and he finally gets to capitalize on it and go to the World Championship.
It was a storybook finish to this chapter of his story, which hopefully is the first of many. Hopefully we are early on in the book of Moxie. Excited to see the next chapter in Lyon, France. Now, yesterday was also quite a bit of 3v3 action as the quarterfinals of the Birmingham Major went down. Let's kick things off here, Base. Let's talk about it for the people who didn't see it. Furia versus Twisted Minds was the first match of the day.
Yep, the Battle of LAN experience in front of a crowd versus 2 LAN rookies, and that definitely did come out in effect in the actual series itself. Twisted Minds started off a little slow, and the real key part was that was Law's birthday. He corrected me, he turned 20 yesterday, and he was the man of the show. Usually it's the Yan show for Furia, but Lost dominated, took advantage, and in that game 5 and game 4 especially, just put away Twisted Minds, never even gave him a chance at coming back.
Then if you want to make it to the final day of competition, all 3 members of your team have to be playing well. Lost and Drafinho really played well throughout this tournament. And Yan, honestly, didn't have to do too much, which is scary going into today, because if Yan turns into LAN Yan, then Furia could make a run.
Yeah, perhaps Yan just saving himself for that 1v1. Didn't quite work out for him, but Furia so strong. As we said, the experience in front of the crowd was huge. We talk about it all the time, just getting on a different setup, getting in front of the crowd, and Lost. You can tell that he's been to quite a few majors, the birthday boy. Strong performance, they're a contender.
Incredible moment there, and the Furia does continue on. We will see them play in the second match of today. Their opponent is on the other side of the next match we have to talk about. A surprise here for many, though, kind of honestly, a 50-50, a toss-up when it came to a round 1 matchup. The Ultimates versus Vitality was exciting in many different ways here, man.
I mean, the most exciting part to me, if you're a true fan of Rocket League, is the adjustments that the Ultimates made. Vitality, they had full control. The game was moving at their pace in the first 2. It looked like, honestly, Vitality might come in here and sweep. Ultimates didn't score in the first 2 games. They took the timeout, and LJ credit to Sad Jr. He gave him his props in the post-game interview. The adjustments that they made, it seemed, the aggression, the demos, the physicality really made Vitality appear uncomfortable.
I mean, Chronic's a major champion, Gibbs, but I think this was his best performance I've seen him put out on LAN. I think this might be his biggest win as well against, well, 4 World Championships on the other side. They were on, and I think they're one of the, if not the favorite going in. They looked like the best team yesterday.
And watch out, because First Killer's heating up. It used to be Europe's biggest threat was First Killer. They were like, we don't want to play this guy. Past 2 years, the past 2 World Championships have not gone his way. But now this team, who didn't even win an Open, that's the first time in a while for a First Killer-led team, but they're doing something crazy and pulling off upsets over the Falcons and now Vitality, and they're in the top 4.
Absolutely, yeah. Ultimates will be in the top 4. We'll see them play later today. They're waiting on the results of our first 2 matches of the day. Vitality will be playing for their tournament life against Furia. They always, this will be the 3rd event in a row where Furia and Vitality have played in the Swiss and then met again in the bracket. Every one of those has gone alternative so far, so That would mean
Furia.
That would mean Furia wins this time.
Furia wins, yes, because Vitality won a Swiss earlier. All right, let's talk about the last match of the day. This was the headliner, the title match we were all excited about. And did it live up to expectations, Gibbs? Karmine Corp versus NRG?
It was a defensive battle, and that's been NRG's motto this entire tournament. It feels like NRG is playing a ton of defense, and like, honestly, they're the best at it. The number one defense here.
Oh,
Their offense dead last now after
16th?
this
I was gonna ask.
match. So, but we saw K-Corp. Like, it was frustrating at times, but Atto with this fantastic play, the overtime winners are huge. But NRG, defense was great, but then K-Corp began the aerial fake plays later on in this match and took over.
Yeah, I think they just figured out how to break down the NRG defense. I mean, they were just building an absolute wall beast mode, making so many saves down that end. But T-Base, where is the offense? Where is the attack from the NA #1 seed?
I don't know. The attack is nowhere to be found. It's been non-existent. Like I said, they're lacking in ingenuity. They're lacking in creativity. They have the ball the whole entire time. You go and watch the replays. Maybe not Game 5, Game 6. Game 5, Game 6, they kind of got away from. But the first 4 games, NRG has the possession, but they're not shooting. For whatever reason, somebody's not there to follow up. It seems like they're more comfortable trying to win games 1-0. Listen, you play that dangerous game, it comes back to bite you.
Those are some exciting games we had there, and they gave us kind of an idea of the MVP frontrunners for the event. One player will be crowned Birmingham Major MVP. These are the top 5 right now, CJ.
Yeah, you got a couple of KC in there as well. Obviously, no Falcons at this point. I think individually, Falcons haven't really, maybe Rlcs. TRK certainly had a quieter land, but these are just the front runners, as we said. Someone could put their hand up today.
Yeah, we see Zen up there. I think you can default to having him on every one of these graphics, because normally, like his teams, he will lead them to victory. Lost, though, a great day yesterday, so he's up there for now. Yan, again, not on this list yet, but again, these are just front runners. We'll see how the play ends today to reward
we are in the middle of the tournament. So much Rocket League left to be played. So much was played yesterday, though, and if you missed it and you're like, man, I want to know just what were like the specifically 5 best moments in Gibbs's brain. Yeah. Gibbs, give us the top 5.
Yeah, we did teammates top 5 yesterday. It went pretty bad. So we're going to do the Gibbs top 5 today. We're going to go with the 1v1. We're going to open up with the high-flying Yan, the double flip reset. When he has time in the air, he can make magic happen, and Yan does it so well. The epic comeback just falters on Champions Field, but Yan put in some highlights there. And then we're going to go to the best game of the day, Game 6. First killer, look at this pass. Turns around mid-air to bump Zen. You don't see that often. You're normally going forward. First killer while in the air is like, nope, I see Zen coming back. I'm going to take him out. LJ scores, but Vitality was not done. The same exact game. 0 on the clock. Zen does the same thing. Bumps out LJ. Monkey Moon top right corner. That would have been the play of the day. Say they won the game, but right after this, we're going to move on to the number 2, and it was immediately after first killer, the flip reset. And the reason why you bring LJ in is for claimers like this. Bar down in to win overtime. Ultimates with the huge upset to take it. Fantastic shot there by LJ. Love the sound effects. And we're going to move on to Atto. One of the smartest plays I've ever seen. Going up the ceiling. Doesn't use his jump. Gets the dunk. Gets the backflip. Everyone expects you to use your flip while going for this challenge. He saves it until the very last moment. The backflip, that was an overtime Game 2 winner. Huge versus NRG.
That final goal gets better every time you watch.
That's so creative.
If that was your first time sitting, just like clip the stream right now, go back and rewatch it a few times. You'll be more and more mind blown every single time. Love the creativity from our top players here. Now, were the casters creative? We got a little bit of time before the first game starts. The players are still getting ready to go, getting their hand warmers out there. Let's take a look at how Fantasy's going so far. All the casters picked players from the players available here to put together some teams that we then kind of accumulate their goals, assists, and saves here. CJ, rising the ranks here.
I'm back. I think I was at last or second last the entire event, but look at this team on paper. I've got Drally and TRK. I rank them number 1 and 2 coming into this event. Surely they have a big day today.
That is a good team. I'm happy that I'm almost in the top half.
Almost getting there. I'm trying. We're slowly climbing there. I need beast mode to just score 32 goals today.
Is done. They're locked, and he put up that type of score. Like, he's winning this whole thing.
I think they're going to win there, folks. How are the predictions going here? No, let's talk about the accolades instead. These, by the way, stop talking about us. These are the players. There will be a reward presented by Progressive at the end of the season. NRG at the top of the Xavier boards here. These are across the entire season, though. These awards will be given out at the World Championship.
Against, goals against. They are the number 1 defense, so they do earn those spots up there. But Sphinx, I want to shout out him. Luminosity. That's big. Taking out an entire region. We're not going to say what region it is for people on the desk here, but Sphinx, the playmaker, 1 assist per game. Hats off to him being at the top so far.
Doing a great job there. And Drolly, as always, holding down
Very
the top
impressive.
line.
1.17, man. That's crazy.
Love that stuff. Here's the prediction battle right now. Stumpy sitting
Am I
up on
last?
top.
Oh, no.
You are unfortunate.
Oh, no.
You're a good 10 ahead of the coin, which means you literally can't. The coin has had a pretty rough week. But we're doing I feel pretty confident there. I'm tied for third.
Like, it's unfair to have Achieves back in this, because then I'm like, he's going to wind up somehow winning this. And
He's always wins. He's always winning, folks. If you're just now joining us, you picked a great time to start watching the show. This is Championship Sunday in the Birmingham Major. We've got 5 matches on the schedule here, 2 quarterfinals that will give us teams into those semifinals. That'll give us 2 teams to compete for the title. Birmingham Major champion here, folks. 5 matches on the day, nothing in between. It's all 3v3 today. We're going to see Carmen Core and the Ultimates a little bit later on once we get through our first 2 matches here. Furia and Vitality going to be coming up after this one. It's time to kick off the action. We've got Falcons and NRG waiting in the wings to compete here to move on in Birmingham.
This is going to be big because obviously both of them so far disappointing results. They were 2 of the favorites coming into this. You expect them to be in that upper bracket or the bye, but they're both not. So Falcons NRG, huge.
Birmingham, if you're in the house and you can hear me, get up and get loud. It is time to kick off Championship Sunday.
Introducing first, on the blue side, representing MENA, they are the FIFA E World Cup champions. They are Team Falcons!
The greatest offense in the world. Team Falcons had a blip on day 2, didn't go their way, so they began through the lower bracket, but they made quick work of their first opponent, a 4-0 victory, and it looks like things are starting to click. They got 2 of the fastest members on the field. Roas, number 3 in game speed. TRK, number 2 in game speed. They're going to try and use that speed to take down this NRG defense.
I think there's no doubt that MENA is the fastest region in the world. The stats back it up. TRK, I think for me, T-Bats has had a bit of a quieter event so far. I've been looking at him closely, and I think that's a positive sign. If he steps up, they can go to another level.
I think you're exactly right. All 3 players, honestly, you mentioned earlier, CJ Raz might be the favorite if you wanted to put him in MVP frontrunners conversation, but all 3, honestly, have just kind of been coasted at the moment. They made it all the way to Championship Sunday. This is where they usually turn it up, and if I'm looking at one person in particular, it is the young man in the middle, TRK 511. When he's balling out, they're hard to stop.
And their opponents on the orange side, representing North America, and is number 1 seed, give it up for NRG!
It's D-Day for this NRG lineup, but they won't be happy with the performance yesterday. Last in offense in the tournament, sitting 16th. I mean, this isn't the play style you want to play, Gibbs.
You would never expect, though, a team that's last in offense to still make it here, but that's what NRG does. They don't always play their best game, but they find ways to win. They find ways to make it to the final day. They find ways to make it to grand finals. That grand final streak is still alive. It looks unlikely right now, but they've had time to think about it, to try and come up with a game plan against Falcons. Beast Mode is one of those guys trying to move upfield, trying to be that catalyst on the offensive side. It hasn't worked yet, but you know, once he gets unlocked, they can make a run as well.
Yeah, they can make a run, and this is a roster that is basically synonymous with Championship Sunday. They never miss out of one. That's a young man who's always been great from the moment he stepped into the RLCS way back in RLCS Season 9 or Season Next, 1 to 2. I'll tell you this, though. #1 team on defense versus #1 team in offense, but you're going to need to see a little bit more if you're an NRG fan today. Watching the tape, they're dominating the midfield. They got to be aggressive with it. They got to create chances, whether that's more bumps, more creativity. It starts off with Beast versus Rlcs.
We'll see if Beast Mode can finally wake up at this event and lead his team to victory. 0.59 goals per game.
That's low.
It is very low for a player that has as many times been in the conversation for best in the world.
But we got to watch the physical play. The energy is not doing a whole lot well, but #2 in demos per game so far throughout this tournament. They're trying to get physical to open up that offense. So if they can connect, which is going to be very difficult because Falcons are so fast, then we'll see if energy can capitalize.
Yeah, Beast Mode 0.59 goals. That still might be the highest on the team, though. He has looked like the most creative player on the pitch, and I'm looking to the likes of Atomic, MVP of NRG online in this first
without
week.
question.
So far, we haven't seen that gameplay. You know, how does that affect the team when you've got a player that's perhaps not performing?
Yeah, Atomic for sure. And then I'm also looking for Daniel too.
Yeah.
I know how mechanical you are, Dan. The whole world knows where are my resets? Where's my creativity? Where's the impact? I know he's coming up from the last man spot, but when he comes up, I want him to make Falcons feel him. Anybody they play, when Daniel's got the ball, he commands respect.
And it's just a disappointing performance for one of these two teams, right? No one expects them to go out in 5th place. We expected these teams to fight for a grand finals finish, but the other one will get the momentum going into those next rounds. So, yes, it's been a poor tournament, like honestly, for both of these teams, but today is the day where you can right all those wrong.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. Hashtag FLCN for Falcons, hashtag NRG for NRG. It's a hard decision to make when these two teams played, and when they met in London, they played twice there. 1-1 is the record when these rosters clashed. It was Falcons winning in the best of 5, but G2 at the time, now NRG winning in the best of 7. But the NRG looked, yes, in London, but that NRG roster looked and was playing a very different style of Rocket League than this NRG roster is. But I don't know. This is a hard one.
So I'm going to use T-Bait's motto that he normally says on defense. Put a hand up. But they got to put a hand up on offense. Where is energy?
No, they need to drive forward.
Where are the pre-jumps? Where is the Beast Mode Daniel connection? Put a hand up, Daniel. Go for the pre-jump pass to Beast Mode to get that going. That duo has not clicked all online split.
And the great man Chicago, he always said, if you're going to lose, you lose playing your way. Even if NRG go out in this best of 7, I want to see that offense. I want to see him just sit in there. Let's play their game. Beast Mode, we know what he can do. He was trying, but he needs that connection with his teammates.
Yeah, you play your way, your style. That's exactly what Carmine did to him yesterday. You saw the creativity. Atto, the best part about that play wave that you're talking about in the top 5 was the fact that he recognized Daniel had no boost, because usually Daniel would have boost behind it or he would boom the ball away. So Atto said, I don't even need a flip. I'm just going to follow it, kept it the whole time, and then saved it last second. That's creativity. That's ingenuity when you need it most.
Yeah. The question mark for me, the player, the most important X factor on the stage for me, Sathu. Was he able to figure out what was going wrong yesterday? Does he stick to the game plan of full-on defense, only counterattack, or does he say, you know what, let's go back to what worked last time we were in this situation on this continent, in this country, and can they beat Falcons again? Let us know who you think is going to win. We'll make our picks up here. CJ, who you got?
Look, NRG, they're first in defense, but you cannot win if you're 16th in offense. I'm going Falcons. Think they can get the job done. I think it's a 4-2, 4-1 maybe.
Yeah, I think Falcons offense will be cleaned up enough that they don't get counterattacked too often, so I am also going to go Falcons.
Who are you picking?
Who are you picking?
Who are you picking?
Who are you picking?
I think I'm going to let the Birmingham Major crowd decide who I'm picking.
Birmingham Major crowd's going to pick it for you?
Yeah.
Well, then somebody's got to talk about North America out here. Listen, the counterattacks worked in Swiss. The NRG team, yeah, they might be 16th in offense, but they're in top 6 here. They're #1 in defense. If anyone can do it, it's NRG. Give me NRG in this one. You want to pull the crowd?
I do. Birmingham, I need something. If you're rooting for Falcons and you want me to pick Falcons, make some noise. Base might have to go with the Falcons.
Well, hang on.
If you're rooting for NRG and you want to see NRG come out victorious, make some noise.
NRG fans travel.
I think the NRG fans travel. So you know I'm going with the boys. I'm going with the Birmingham fans. Give me NRG in this one. I'm going to take the #1 defense.
All right, baby. We got picks up here on the desk, but how does the universe feel about it, folks? Coin into the air and down for the Falcons. It'll be the Falcons coming out on top for the coins. Back and forth in chat. Did the NRG fans traveled?
They do travel.
Did they wake up this morning?
Ooh.
They did. Look at that. A fan favorite, a favorite in the matchup, despite how they played yesterday.
Fan favorites for sure across the board.
Folks, it's time. Get up and get loud. It's game day. Let's kick off Championship Sunday at the Birmingham Major.
To reach Championship Sunday means you've outlasted over half the field. And it also serves as a reminder that your toughest challenge is yet to come. 4 regions still remain here in our final day. And to kick it off, we've got a rematch of the London Major Finals. Team Falcons have relentless offensive firepower, but NRG boasts the #1 defense in the tournament. An unstoppable force meets an immovable object. The stage is set. It's time to kick off Championship Sunday.
know how to put on a show. Adrenaline pumping through your veins right now?
Absolutely. I mean, we always have game 7s for some reason. It's never a fun time, but I guess it's a fun time for you guys, so it is what it is.
I guess you just like giving this crowd a good show, am I right?
Yeah, we'll say that.
That's exactly that. But when Falcons started to call for their timeouts, things started to unravel a little bit for you boys. What did you think they changed in their approach in that entire game?
I just think they started playing quicker and like started going a lot more. I feel like they were giving us a lot of time, you know, those first few games, and then after that they were just kind of like rushing a lot, not giving us any space, and they beat us, you know, like 3-1, I think, after the timeout, and I think we just weren't prepared for it as we should have been. So yeah.
For a defensive team like NRG, like yourselves, do you feel like you could have done anything better to combat that once they started to pump up that aggression?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think we could just been, like I said, more prepared about it and just kind of saying, like, reminding each other they're going to change something because they have to. So that's what I would say.
Thank goodness for the timeouts is all I'm saying, okay?
Yeah.
Talk to me. What was Sati saying to you boys behind the scenes?
I mean, to be honest, he would just remind us that we were the better team the whole series. I feel like a lot of times we were kind of giving them goals. We kind of making mistakes ourselves. Like, I think I had like 3 mistakes that I could have, you know, easily stopped, and same with all of us. So that's probably what I would say you were saying.
And is there anything you want to say to the crowd that has been cheering you on so far?
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I was not expecting a lot of people you guys are supporting. Thank you guys for so much.
Are you promising us more best of 7s? All the way the full distance?
I mean, with us, yeah, I probably, yeah.
Classic NRG. Honestly, one more time, Birmingham, for NRG.
You know, Gibbs, I feel like we've gone through so many death segments talking about NRG this weekend. Very rarely have we brought up the fact that prior to the last grand finals that they missed, they hadn't missed 11 in a row. They missed one online one, the most recent one, and we're like, oh, yeah, they're probably not going to make their back again. There was 11 in a row.
I know, but we've never seen a team make it to the final day being the worst offense in the tournament, but they showed up today. Laniel showed up early in the series. Beast mode with the pre-jumps, and Atomic, he was actually moving upfield, being aggressive, waiting for these passes. It was great to see the energy offense come back alive because we haven't seen it all tournament long.
It started with Daniel for me. He was the clear change-up. So often this tournament he's found himself third man playing defensive Rocket League. He was, you know, downright ball chasing at times.
That's
but
right.
when he is in that attacking half, attacking third, I don't know if there's any better.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, what a series. I mean, it was such a back and forth all the way to Game 7, too. I mean, Neo Tokyo, Bates. What is it with these North American teams and Neo Tokyo?
They don't like Neo Tokyo. I think Neo Tokyo might need to be removed from the map rotation. And then I honestly think North America can start winning even more than, well, I guess we don't win that much right now. But in general, I will say that watching these two teams in this match, and as they progress through the series, if they played like this, both of them, if they played like this the whole tournament, they wouldn't be in this situation. NRG, we were just talking about it. How many games? What is CJ? 22 games?
They played 22 games of Rocket League prior to this best of 7. They have scored 3 or more goals in just 5 of those. This series, they had 4 games with 3 or more goals.
And then all 4 games that they won were the 3 or more goal games. NRG offense was actually there this time around. And I understand Kalir's missed down right there, but Falcons, for the most part, were still way more disciplined, way more polished, less just errors, I'm going to call them. Less mistakes from their end, just allowing easy goals on the back half. If these two teams, man, it was really frustrating watching them come. I'm like, wow, you should both be
you should be like in the top 4 and playing for like a grand finals bid versus like a K-Corp, right? But Falcons, some small mistakes at the end, and I think that's just how Falcons play, right? They're going to play that high-flying offense, and there was a few more double commits, but it was much cleaner than it was all tournament long. They still have a few things to work on, and I bet we'll see them back in Raleigh.
I mean, it's frustrating because for a team that good, you see how, you know, the peak of Falcons, the mistakes they make, the other top 6 teams aren't making them. They're silly.
It's like the one spot I thought that they could have won was Game 5, where they dominated the back half of that game, but they were down.
They were down
like
so early.
But they dominated the entire back half. So if they would have just cleaned up that early part of that game, they might have won the series.
But there was a few goals in the beginning of Game 5 that were just straight up like, this is Rocket League. This is the weird silliness that happens, and it's going to happen in every series. It's going to go for you as often as it's going to go against you. So you have to find ways to win matches despite of those situations, right? It's Game 5, maybe not the spot for them to be able to get it when the Rocket League goes against them like that. But my goodness, what a situation! And with that victory, we now are guaranteed a North American representative in the grand finals. The question is, who will fight on the other side, South America or Europe?
South America a year. I don't know if y'all can hear the crowd, but I've already heard the Vitality fans. They're making noise. I do want to point out, though, this NRG Ultimates matchup.
Yeah.
Ultimate stopped NRG from doing the three-peat over in the Opens in North America in the semifinals. Took it away from, right? Am I right
Yes,
about
it
that?
was a 4-0 as well.
Oh, it was a 4. Oh, wow.
4-0.
Oh.
But the Ultimates, for the most part, have been losing to energy more times than not. But they did want that matchup, right? I think you talked to them, or someone said
I didn't
and
talk
they
to
wanted
him. I didn't talk to him, so now we've got the hearsay going on.
All right, all right.
Now we got the hearsay going on. And also, it wasn't Ultimate players, but it was the staff. I was so confused by
I
that.
assume LJ wanted Falcons, but I think maybe the rest of Ultimates, maybe First Killer wants another crack at NRG.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see it, folks. If you watch a lot of Rocket League and you're like, it would be kind of fun to like watch it the way I get to watch more sporting style events where the cameras are like on the sidelines the whole time. We got you covered. Twitch.tv/RL Esports. You can watch from the crowd cam. Watch in the audience, in the stands of DFH Stadium. It's a lot of fun.
I like this camera. It really just lets you honestly kind of learn the game a little bit more and understand.
Yeah.
Like when you're watching from the player perspective, it makes everybody look like they're moving so fast all the time. But in reality, there's a lot of downtime in Rocket League where sometimes players go all the way back, they might have more space, and you're like, oh wow, that's why I didn't go for that. So I've been kind of looking at that, and I've seen a lot of good reactions. So I do like the crowd cam.
Yeah, check that out. Twitch.tv/RL Esports for the crowd cam. Folks, the action continues here in Birmingham. We had our first of 5 matches down, and we now have 3 teams in the top 4. 1 team left to be decided. It'll be this Furia versus Vitality match coming up after the break, CJ.
And as we said, they always find each other, these two. Doesn't matter what season, what tournament, what major, is always a Furia versus Vitality best of 7. Which way will it go?
All righty. Well, folks, we're going to take a quick one. When we come back, the action continues to roll on. An international grudge match. 3 events in the making at this point. Vitality versus Furia. You won't want to miss it. This is the RLCS.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at progressive.com.
Yeah, it's really great being part of the RLCS Birmingham Major. It's really great to finally be part of, you know, like a family, a real Rocket League family.
Nice! Nice! Woo! Nice! Let's go!
Whilst that energy is great and stuff, sometimes it could be a bit questionable. Who knows, maybe that's just Rocket League, but otherwise, yeah, all around great guys.
Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go!
It's been an exciting start to the day, and it's time for the conclusion, folks. It's time for round 5.
Yeah, let's go! Come on! Let's go!
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Move it!
I'm sure it comes from a good place, okay? These are really great guys. They're really passionate about Rocket League. And regardless of how intense these guys might be, we're going to have a fantastic Birmingham major, and I'm sure of that.
And cut. Oh, great work, guys. That is a wrap on Barasti's interview.
Great, great. Let's go, boys. Nice!
No more patience when I'm feeling low. On vacation, my mind wants to go. Overthinking when I'm all alone. Out of focus from all the unknown. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. Underwater, swinging my fist. Tension rising, but no part of it. Nice to meet ya, been called a misfit. No need to fake it, we all got some shit. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking.
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. Open sesame, keyless sky. Jump in, fling on my belt, then drive. Body kit with a wide arch on the side. Nothing but W's, this thing's wide. Takes off like a G6, then glides. Reds in the red, even when the light's red. Nobody ain't got a track with this vibe. Rear wheel drive just so I can slide. Stay focused, slow mo. Got these moves out of Tokyo drift. All on cam so there ain't no miss. We'll be riding low so the car don't flip. I take corners better than stick. I don't work, but who said I don't shift? Paddles in the back, or we can do stick. Even in the moon, my car would stick. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. 99 octane, I got the juice. I got goals to reach, let me loose. I got horns I can lock with a moose. Every time I turn, I just get a boost. Wheel spinning, rubber spilling, way ahead, boy, I'm proper chilling. If I tried, I'd pop a piston. You don't know what you're doing, you should probably listen. I'm really that guy, spinning that wide. Give me targets, I'll hit him with the backside. Whoa, better move when the backslides. Go wheel to wheel, 2 cars, that's high. And we can keep going all night. We can go 2 wheels, we can even do bikes. Stop for the feds, psych. Left and right, car swings like mine. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through fields. Press the start, you hear it, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that tiger, really come alive, it's real.
We start things off with a 7-game instant classic NRG versus the Falcons. Upsetting the predictions, upsetting everybody out here except for the Americans. They were pretty happy about the results of that one. Welcome back to Birmingham, folks. We got 2 teams from North America on one side of the bracket. How are we going to fill out the other? It's time for our second quarterfinal of the day. Vitality preparing to take on Furia here in just a moment.
Yep, third time's the charm for both of these squads. And the third straight major, you said?
It's third straight major, yes. They didn't meet up at Worlds, but they have met at the last two majors preceding Worlds.
And it was a split decision both times. Obviously, once in Swiss. Whoever won that lost in the playoff bracket. So for Furia fans, they're pretty happy about that. The problem is, Furia was perfect on this entire split until they ran into Vitality in Swiss. And Vitality not only won, they destroyed them.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
Yeah, Furia, I mean, they looked really good yesterday, though. I feel like the playoffs have been revealing new things about certain teams. Furia is one of them. Vitality is also another one. They did not look anywhere near as comfortable in the playoffs as they did in Swiss. So I coming into this before yesterday's match, I'm thinking, oh yeah, if that projected bracket happens, Vitality should win pretty easily. I'm not so confident anymore. Lost just played a blinder yesterday. He was unstoppable.
And it's just, and also, but then it's Sunday. We've now all gone to sleep, lost an hour of sleep, and woken back up. NRG looks like a different team. Vitality could look like a different team, too.
It's very possible. I think Monkey Moon is that player that I'm watching out for because I feel like online split, he wasn't great. And he's like, guys, don't worry about it. When I show up and land, then I'll be fine. Versus Ultimates made a lot of mistakes on defense, a lot of missed touches, and that resulted in some goals.
Folks, we have a few more matches left on the day before we have our grand finals. This one will decide our 2 semifinal matches. We will have our top 4 after the conclusion of the match we are preparing for right now. Ultimates versus NRG coming up right after that, though. The North American's going to get on the pitch. Excited for it, folks. It's time to find out who's playing against Carmine Corps.
Introducing first, on the blue side, representing South America, here comes Brazil's finest. Here comes Furia!
And Furia has played 24 matches this entire split. They have won 23 of them. Their one loss was in the Swiss versus Vitality, and that loss was a 14-3 smacking by Vitality. But yesterday, looked different for Furia. Hey, I'm just pointing out. They want revenge, all right? They want revenge here. Trevino has looked good.
We're supposed to be hyping them up.
Yeah, I know.
We're supposed to be hyping up Furia here.
I'm hyping them up.
The emphasis even on smacking.
I thought you were coming out later. Save that for the vitality bit.
It doesn't matter. Like, Trevino's good vibes.
No, you're done. Johnny got some up. Johnny got some up.
Look at this guy lost. So yeah, T-Bit's passing it to me because he's a diabolical Sam disrespecter,
All right, now you're on me now.
Lost, played one of the best series ever played yesterday, but if you have been watching this guy's career, you know he's always had that ability. You know Gervinho's always had the ability he showed in Swiss. They've always had that. It's because they've had, you know, the inability to put it all together at the same time has prevented them from being true contenders, I think, up until this point.
Lost and company looking to replicate the success of yesterday.
And now their opponent, on the orange side, representing Europe, with 4 World Championships between them, please welcome Team Vitality!
Vitality, the organization, went off last year without winning a single RLCS land. That is unexpected. That's not. They're not hitting the bar that they need to hit when they have a player like Zen. I am hyping him up, Gibbs. Give me a second to speak. Zen looking like still in top form, looking still like the best player in the game. And Vitality went and picked up Mr. Thumbs Up Exotic Clinic.
And they smacked Furia yesterday as well, as Gibbs so kindly reminded us.
2 days ago.
2 days ago, sorry.
2 days ago, they smacked them, and then they got the two-time world champion doing some weird hand thing. I don't know what that is. Somebody, the anime fans, tell me what that is. I don't know what that movement was. But listen, Monkey Moon, you know what he brings to the table. I wish underneath the best land finishes, we had how many times he's gotten first. It's been a first.
He just wins.
I think
he wins.
3.
Is it 3? I'm also trying to count.
Major 2 worlds.
Yeah, I'm also kind of trying to EWC.
Yeah.
Oh, you
EWC won that as well. So
okay.
the last 2 major 3v3 lands when they have full rosters, because you got FIFA E. Monkey Moon and Exotic both came out as champions of, and then you already know what he brings it to you. Furia, they're going to have to be punching up, and like you said, JB, they all have to be on right now. It can't just be the Lost Show. Can't be Dr. Rufy cooking up. Yan can't take a back seat. All 3 need to be on if they're going to beat Vitality.
Honestly, the matchup I'm going to be watching the most is Lost versus Monkey Moon. These are the players that, if they're popping off, their rosters are unstoppable. We always look at the frontline guys, the superstars up in the sky.
But look at this heck. He's warming the controller with the hand warmer.
It's so interesting because he warms his controller up, and then if you watch him, he leans back. While he's playing. He's like,
Here are the superstars of these 2 rosters, Zen and Yan. We saw Yan playing the 1v1 yesterday in spectacular fashion. He's going to need to replicate a performance like that, but get the W at the end.
Yan with that goal participation, 77%. And Zen, honestly, on the offensive side, not being involved as often, but the demo game is huge for him.
Yeah, and then you got, listen, I almost wanted to point out Yan's numbers right there because he took a back seat yesterday. Really didn't even, I don't even know if he had that many 400-plus core game games. Going in the first 2 days, he was definitely the best, but then Lost took over. Yan playing like that with a Lost is balling now. No birthday buff this time around, but he's going to continue that momentum. Got trusted in young man. Yeah. And then Dr. Rufinho.
I really feel like they can put it all together today. Furia, they've got all the pieces. They had Lost yesterday, who was outstanding. Rufinho at the end of Swiss looked like the best version of himself. Yan at the start of the tournament. They've got it all there, and I don't think that one performing well takes away from the others. They do give each other opportunities on the pitch. But yeah, for me, the problem is Vitality are angry. They're mad. They don't want to be starting their day this early after losing 4 straight. And we've seen all these players bounce back from situations just like that.
I love the grudge match we have developing here, though. Again, these teams in RLCS are currently 3-2 in favor of Vitality. Furia would love to keep that record equal
What a time
there
right now it'd be.
going forward. Man, what a way it would be. Let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote at home. Hashtag FUR for Furia, hashtag VIT for Vitality here. The coaches are preparing their teams for another duel.
And I talked about Furia, like obviously losing 14 goals to 2 versus Vitality, a smacking, but that was 15 minutes of tape that they looked at, and they have looked like a different team outside of that matchup. So will all that knowledge be brought back into this match and make it close?
Well, I'm excited for us to get into the game, so it's time to let us know who you think, or who we think is going to win here. Johnny, who's your pick?
This is a really tough one. You know, like I said earlier, before I saw Lost level yesterday, I'm thinking Vitality, but after I saw Lost play, I'm thinking, wow, this is a real coin flip. But I told Zen yesterday I'd pick them, so I'm going to pick them because I don't want to lie to Zen.
You can't be promising your predictions out there. You can't be outsourcing your predictions to the players.
When Zen comes knocking, you answer.
That's true.
To be fair, Zen asked him, are you going to predict us tomorrow? Like, if he asked you, what would you do?
I'll say, you got to find out tomorrow. You better worry about the game and not worry about me. What you worry about my prediction for? Wait, does your prediction hold that much power?
I've gotten a lot of predictions wrong when this rematch happens because, you know, I love my numbers and I love history. I still am going to back that history. I think Vitality wins this.
I thought you were going to go Furia
last time. No, I'm going Vitality here. Going for it.
Who are you picking?
Okay. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm really confident in this Furia squad right now. I ain't gonna, if they keep all playing like that, they could win. But I'm gonna go with Vitality this time around. I'm gonna go with Vitality. I think they're too consistent.
There's a lot of people on this desk that didn't watch Lost yesterday and somehow think everything changed overnight. Give me Furia here. I think Furia is going to make the upset and knock out the reigning world champion player.
And cheers. The crowd seems a little split today, Wade. But what's the coin
world champions on one side. We'll see. Does the coin agree with you guys? It does. The Vitality going to be strong for the coin here as well.
No booze this time, though.
Everybody respects the coin. They understand the coin is impartial here. There's going to be the favorite on the desk. They're the favorite in chat. This is going to be a big one. I'm very, very excited about it. I hope you guys are excited as well. This match has happened so many times, but somehow this one feels like it matters more than it ever has. This is it, folks. Get up and get loud. A date with the blue wall. It's going to be happening here very, very quickly for the winner of this contest. There's a rumble in the Amazon. The cats are on the loose. And yet, it's the Swarm on Championship Sunday. This is their element. A rematch as inevitable as it is spectacular. Welcome to the International Grudge match in a battle for the top 4. Vitality versus Furia. Welcome to the jungle.
Drafinho, on your first day here in EU, you ranked first in the EU rankings. Is it safe to say this is a bit of an EU buff?
Yeah, EU buff for sure.
Well, taking us to game 7, you boys called for a timeout after game 2. And then you won 4 back-to-back games. How on earth were you able to make that happen?
I think we were a little too speedy in our gameplay, and we just tried to calm it down a bit, and it worked. So, yeah, that's so good.
You guys went from losing against Team Vitality 0-3 in play-ins to now knocking them out of the running, out of the competition. What did you change between play-in stage and the Furia we see now?
I think now we are just playing our game and not playing their game, you know? Just confidence all the way and just keep calm and yeah.
You guys conceded a lot of goals against Vitality though. During play-ins, I'm pretty sure they got like 12 goals against you boys in just 2 games. So defensively, do you think you guys were playing better or maybe just showing a bit more aggression?
I think a bit of both. We played better on attack and a little better on defense. Sometimes we play a little too speedy, but that's okay and we managed to win. So.
My final question, Carmine Corp. They've got some fans here. How do you feel about taking them on?
Vitality got some fans here too and we beat them, so.
Okay, Birmingham, give it up for Drafinho and Furia.
The 3rd time for Furia, making it this far in a tournament. And yet, it's the next step that's the crazy one for them. The fact that they're here, though, for game 7.
Again.
Overtime again. It just goes back and forth.
Wow.
It's incredible.
I mean, I'm so impressed. The resilience this team is showing is unbelievable. They're down 2, they fight back, they start to lose control of the series at the end. They're down by a goal in game 7, they fight back again. They never lost their composure. And this is just a continued improvement for Furia, who are also one of those other teams on a constant upward trajectory.
So we were talking about it, the patience on defense. They were playing such good ball there. Vitality would get frustrated. Zen would get frustrated and try and do a little bit too much at times. That led to some Furia goals. Zen, what a series from him.
Oh
Obviously, game winner, game 1, plus game 2, then that game 7 goal. But occasionally, that'll bite him because he tries to do a little bit too much. And we saw that in that final goal by Lost. And again, another match where Yan is the anchor. He's playing back.
Yeah.
He allows Drew and Lost to move upfield, cause chaos, and they're making it happen.
It was I honestly, the first few games, I thought when I saw how well Zen was playing, I was like, oh, they've woken up in form. Even Exotic and Monkey Moon were looking on point. It just, as the series went on, it started to wane and it started having to be more and more Zen.
It's like exactly like the series yesterday against Ultimates. Vitality come out swinging. They look like they might sweep 4-0. And then once they lose 1 goal, or it seems, once they get behind in game 3, they start to get impatient. And well, yeah, Furia were super patient. That's a great save, Big Exotic. Another one as well, right after. But Vitality lacking patience. Furia showing so much of it. I think Vitality need to just be taking notes, looking back at how Furia played this with such patience. Honestly, Falcons should be taking notes as well. A lot of teams need to be looking at what Furia did here. To come back from 2 down in this manner is seriously impressive.
And we see a lot of these highlights. Lost and Drafinho yet again. Yan shows up big in game 7 with the aerial dribble pass with the demo on top to tie that game. But again, a lot of this is Lost and Drafinho doing work upfield, getting those misdirection shots, and just working together as a duo, and it's really paying off for them.
Wow, and I was looking back at this, that is terrible rotation. Zen went for a touchdown, was a little aggressive, and then Exotic kind of followed him looking for a 100 boost that was not there. So they kind of left that net open. You kind of would expect them, honestly, to play much more safe and secure in that overtime, especially when they lost
There is the
momentum.
0-0 in Aquadome as well, where you'd think that, okay, Vitality are having a good game here. They've got the majority of the pressure. If they just keep this up, a goal should come. They overextended this in their net. So
and that was Zen as well.
It was Zen
man.
again, yeah. So he's doing so much for the team, but maybe at times trying to just force the issue a bit too early.
It's just such an incredible result to see them get this far again.
Which one, Furia?
Seeing Furia in the top 4. Like, it's brilliant. It's such a great statement of how strong South America is becoming. It's becoming more of a pattern for this region. Bates, it's this last step, though, getting from semifinals to grands.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
What
they
a
want to.
moment.
I mean, listen, if Yan and the whole entire Furia team, if they want to improve their top minimum placement at a LAN, they're going to have to go through the best team in the game at the moment in a kickoff. But I will say this, like I said, they're looking more and more like a complete roster.
Yes.
And if they can look like a complete roster, they could potentially win the whole thing.
And Bates, let me tell you about the best region in the world, North America. Two top four
Two
teams.
teams. I mean, LJ brought up yesterday. LJ brought up yesterday. NA back on top again. Listen, EU clearly.
This is the same style of bracket we had at the first Dallas Worlds.
Yep.
You had both NA in one semi, and then you had Furia against EU in the other. So
yeah, I remember how
we've
that
seen this
ended.
before.
I'm just happy when North America makes it to the grand finals. At that point, it's just like if they win, cool. But at this point, I kind of don't expect it because we just fall apart so often up there. But yeah, North America going to have a representative no matter what. Does South America get to play, or does Carmine Corps go the other way? Folks, if you want to watch Rocket League in a way you've never watched it before, check out twitch.tv/Rlcs. You can watch on the crowd cam. Check it out. You'll be like sitting as an egg in the stands, sort of like you're at the game, like you're watching any of your favorite football or rugby or hockey or cricket, maybe? I don't know. I don't actually. I've never been to a cricket match. Have you been to a cricket match?
We don't really play cricket in Scotland. Sorry. Okay. That's an England thing.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't do that over there. Maybe I don't think the camera moves up there.
That's an England thing, like
it's a
they're not
way.
right next to
It's a way to watch Rocket League, more similar to the way you watch sports. Send it to your family and friends who maybe find watching the first-person POV confusing. Here is the matchups we've got. The schedule for the day. Still 3 matches to go, but our top 4 have been decided. The Ultimates will play NRG next. Carmine Corps will play Furia. The winner of those 2 matches will play for the title of Birmingham Major Champion.
And the Ultimates are the only team here to not have an open victory as well. We got the 2-time winner in NRG, 2-time winner in kickoff. Furia went perfect in their split, so let's see if they can make some magic happen.
Let's see if they can do it, folks. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, red, white, and blue across your screen. The Americans battle for the shot at the trophy. The Ultimates versus NRG next.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at progressive.com.
Rocket League fans around the world, T-Base Debates is back with a twist. If you recall, on Twitter, I said we had something special coming for you in Birmingham, and here it is. To my right, I got an NRG player. Introduce yourself.
Yeah. I forgot his name. I forgot my name for a second.
I got Beast Mode to my right, and to my left, I have Mr. England himself. Apparently Jack, you see him. We're gonna have some questions for these 2 lads. They're gonna answer them, they're gonna debate. You let us know in the chat who's winning. Jack, I'm gonna come to you. Individual mechanical skill versus team chemistry. Which is more important in the RLCS?
team chemistry. BDS, they won last year's Worlds. They have good mechanics, but they're not like
the team that wanted to disband before they won the RLCS World Championship.
Yeah, that one. but they still won. Team chemistry, they're not like the craziest mechanical team in the world, and they still won.
The team that literally disbanded after the World Championship.
But you're talking about on the pitch.
All right, you made your point.
You're talking about on the pitch, no?
I'm talking about overall. It could be on the pitch, it could not be on the pitch.
Oh well, every team.
You're 20 seconds past.
Okay.
Nismo, do you agree?
Of course. I mean,
there we go.
I mean, it's hard not to agree with that. So, you know, even though they disbanded after.
Alrighty. Next question. Is it better to change a roster or to keep the same unit together?
This guy's been on the same team for like 2 years.
I mean, yeah, I have been on the same team for like 2 years. So I mean, for most teams, I would honestly say switching rosters.
But for you?
For me, no. Staying on the same roster is better. But like for most people, I would say switching rosters.
So who's right? Is it most people or is it you?
An answer. Pick an answer.
Me.
Staying on the roster, Beast Mode goes there. Jack.
I'm picking switching.
Shocker.
No, I love my team, but like I'm picking switching just because you gotta keep things fresh. You know, new teammates, new environment, makes you play better. I feel like you're judging me here. What's going?
Listen, I'm just here to ask the questions.
Okay.
You got one sticking together, one switched up. Who won that one? Let us know in the chat. Next question, out of Daniel and Stizzy, what would these players do if they were not Rocket League professionals?
Okay. I'll answer for only Daniel?
Yeah, just
I mean, I don't know where that kid will be, honestly.
He's not playing basketball for the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Comedian. He's pretty funny. He's pretty funny.
Ooh, I like that. Stand up.
He's stand-up comedian. You can just, whatever he would say would probably just be funny. He could just say whatever, I would laugh.
So you say that Daniel needs to be in more content?
Bro, he would be the #1 streamer, YouTuber, whatever it would be. But he just doesn't want to do it for some reason. But you should do more content, without a doubt.
All right, Daniel will be a stand-up comedian. Jack, what would Stizzy be doing?
Stizzy, a dancer. He plays a lot of music. Like he's very loud, and I think he did, express himself through that.
Okay, and remember, I have one more little twist.
Okay.
What would you two be doing?
I mean, I'd probably be a basketball player for the...
Basketball player?
Yeah, for Los Angeles Lakers.
Lakers?
Yeah.
So you chose Rocket League over being a professional basketball player?
I just really wasn't feeling it at the time.
Me too. You've seen me play.
It is quite a good jump shot.
Yeah. You've seen it. You've seen it. He's seen it. I've seen it too.
Your own jump shot?
Yeah.
I hope you've seen it. You've seen it? That's nice. Yeah. Okay, listen, you heard it from the boys. Beast Mode and Jack, thank you so much for coming on T-Bates Debates. Chat, let us know who ultimately came out victorious. And let us know also who you would like to see next time in Raleigh. Without further ado, I'm T-Bates. This is Beast Mode. This is apparently Jack. And enjoy the weekend whenever you're watching this. Toodles.
I think that's a good take.
I thought it was hilarious.
I think we should move on.
Jack said he doesn't want to keep doing it.
Smoke is scanning through the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. The world we used to know is burning down. When are we strong enough to build our own? We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you, I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel that we're there, after running for nights. We feel so
There are 4 teams left in Birmingham competing for the title of major champion and the honor of being the first to hoist our Thomas Light Trophy over there. It'll be the first time we're getting one of those. Excited to see the trophies throughout the season, how they change, how they iterate across the course of this year of competition. But there's something special about the first one here, Shogun.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to get somebody to try and like draw every trophy we've had throughout the history. But I feel like that's the one. It's very easy to remember. It's very sorted out in terms of just like the shape of it and the way you would. You just want to lift it. You just want to lift it.
Weirdly, it's the first symmetrical trophy we've had across the like 3 different trophies we've had. They've all been like oblong shaped.
No,
like
that blue trophy. That blue trophy was pretty symmetrical.
Nah, it was higher on one side than the other. The kind of the fingernail-looking one.
Oh, okay,
yeah, you know,
okay,
I mean,
okay.
they have some symmetry to them, but this one's symmetrical in ways the other ones aren't. I'm really excited about getting to that grand final, that trophy moment. But we have 3 matches, 3 best of 7s, and given the way today's gone so far, Gibbs, it's going to be 21 games before we're hosting the trophy.
I love when this happens, when we get the maximum amount of games. Obviously, yesterday, a little bit of a snoozer in terms of matches, except for maybe Ultimate's Vitality, and of course, the 1v1 final. But now, we're going to Champions Field all the way, and hopefully, this continues with an NA rematch, Ultimates versus Energy.
This is a big one, folks. I'm very excited about it. So, let's get the teams on the stage. It's time for NA versus NA.
Introducing first, on the blue side, the latest challenger to the North American throne, the Ultimate!
A team that has been ascending throughout the whole entire RLCS season so far. A roster that was created for these moments. Starting off with a kid who was acquired, LJ, a former offensive MVP at a World Championship, joining up with the likes of FK and the likes of Chronic, a major champion in his own right, and now they're back in the top 4. His first ever top 4, and this man, he knows what this feels like.
And watch out, Europe, because no one wants to play a first killer that is on his game. He is looking fantastic throughout this tournament, looking like the old ways that we used to see where it was top 4 guaranteed every single time. And Chronic, the only member on this team who has a major championship at his very first one, wants to get another.
But it was the thing of, ever since we saw him win that major championship, he seemed to fall off for a little while, really struggled to regain his footing. It seemed like for most of last season, we didn't really get to see much of anything from Chronic. Now he's back to top level.
They're ready to go, but on the other side, a team that they have struggled to get through time and time again.
And their opponent on the orange side, looking for their 12th Grand Final appearance.
Gibbs, you said there's nobody who wants to play First Killer when he's in form on Championship Sunday. Tell you someone else who's in form, Daniel.
Yes.
Looks red hot this morning.
And let's not forget that NRG, they are the final boss of North America. No one takes them down. They make it to every grand finals. This is what it's about. NRG, it doesn't matter how you played before. When the lights are the brightest, they show up and they are the kings of North America until proven otherwise.
I feel like this man was very undersung on their previous performance because Daniel was getting the space he had because Beast Mode was going. And I feel like that's what NRG has really struggled to find throughout this tournament. Once they did, he came online.
Oh, he came online all right. And Daniel, you need him to be on the ball, aggressive and intentional with every single touch that he makes. Atomic, speaking of him, he needs to also ball out.
And this is a rematch of Swiss Round 2, where NRG's offense really did click versus the Ultimates, where they won that series 3-1. And that was the best offensive performance that we've seen this entire time. So First Killer is going to have to find a way versus Atomic. Again, like Atomic is that king. He always shows up, makes it to these finals. First Killer, he's still looking for that first major title.
Whoa, we have graphic of 2 NA MVPs. Atomic got it 21-22. The FK get it 22-23.
Yep.
FK came in second in the voting in 21-22. These two have been at the top of North America after COVID, since the open era has begun. They're always playing each other. They know what it is, but Atomic has had more success than FK has.
One thing I noticed on that graphic too, First Killer's goal participation dropping, which you think a stat going down is bad, but I think in this case it's actually a good thing that he is going to be able to rely on the rest of his team to find ways to get the ball in the back of the net.
It's so interesting because we always look at First Killer teams and thinking they always have a chance to win. This was the one tournament I think no one really thought they had a chance. Like, yes, they were a contender, but they were like the 5th or 6th best.
Yeah.
For the past 8 splits, they have always won an open title outside of this one and one other one, and that was when that FaZe team was blowing up. And so now First Killer, he's the underdog, and maybe the pressure's completely off him, especially in this match where like NRG has had their number outside of the last open where the Ultimates finally found something to play with, and they won 4-0 versus NRG. Of course, NRG did bounce back in the Swiss, though.
And I think that's very important as well to get that open win, because usually when we see a team peaking at LAN, they eventually run into somebody from the same region, and we just revert back to what we see during the inter-region matches.
Yep.
It's like, okay, well, what happened to you? You were so good up until now, but they got through it at the perfect time, because now they're going to go into this match and think, well, we've already done it. It's no different now.
I mean, we talk about the story of Fourth Killer, though, and there is nobody in the world who is more like hypersensitive to that story right now than FK himself. He's going to have to fight against his own history to possibly break it here.
I mean, listen, but he's got LJ on his team, too. LJ hasn't never made it to this moment, but he was born for these moments. He has practiced for these moments. There will be moments throughout this series, I do think that will go the distance, where LJ will come in clutch, hit things underneath the crossbar, and be a striker, the striker that FK's always needed to be on his side. And Chronic, he is the key for this team. If he plays like he did yesterday, probably the best he's played, honestly, since he won with Gen G all the way back in Rotterdam. He plays up to that level, they have a really good chance.
But the problem is, when the bright lights are on them, LJ has never even won a regional before. He's never won a major. First Killer's never won a major. It's two of the greatest players to do it, but they don't have a lot of victories amongst them. So Chronic has got that one under his belt. He's been playing confident all weekend long, and I think that's always that catalyst for Ultimates. But NRG, they looked much better today. They can easily take the series.
Oh yeah, I think if we went straight into this and it was just a semi-final and they played nothing else, then NRG were going to lose it, because Ultimates were just above and beyond as of late. But that earlier win against Falcons has done so much, because it finally looked like NRG.
It looked like NRG, and that's bad news for the Ultimates. These teams have played 6 times in this season, 5-1 in favor of NRG. They are the clear favorites in this matchup, but this will be the first time this matchup is happening on a stage after 3 days of competition. So who do you think is going to win? Let us know in the Progressive fan vote. We'll let you know who we think is going to win. Shogi, who's your pick?
Oh, you managed to reaffirm to me entirely why I've gone for my pick, because it is on the stage. It is the team that always makes grand finals. It just feels inevitable at this point. Give me NRG.
NRG. Gibbs, I'm going to skip over you for a second. Listen, Shogun, I'm going to back you on the NRG pick. I've been picking Ultimates all weekend long. But NRG, man, there's a reason they're here. They make all the grand finals. I don't think it stops right now. NRG's going to beat Ultimates right now.
Gibbs?
First killer's inevitable. He is so talented that eventually things have to go right when the lights are the brightest. I think First Killer is back in form. He's got LJ with him. I think the Ultimate
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
They finally take down that final boss and they win it.
This is, if there's ever been a moment for the Ultimates to do it, this is it. But I agree with the rest of you. I don't think it happens. I think NRG. I think the fluke we saw in the end of Regional 3 when the Gen G managed to make it here, I think that was a fluke. I think NRG is going to continue on in the form that they are known for. But how does the universe feel about it? NRG on one side, the Ultimates on the other, into the air, and it comes down facing the camera, so we're going to stick with it there. NRG is going to be the pick for the coin. They're the favorites on the desk, the favorites in Fate. How does chat feel about it?
One-sided than expected.
Not unexpected at this point with how popular of an organization NRG is. We love having them here, folks. And we love having all of you here as well. I hope you are ready for a wonderful, wonderful match of Rocket League action. Rocket League fans around the world, it's time for some naturally aspirated V8 horsepower. The Ultimates have never had, they've just had it. They've had enough of it. It's time for them to be on top. But the Kings of the North, they're not easily dethroned. The best American squads in the game clash once again. It's the Ultimate versus NRG for a shot at the trophy.
feel-good feeling, right?
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling.
Well, we were speaking a little bit earlier, and you said all I required was to just sit back and take a deep breath. Can it really be that simple to reset?
Yeah, for me, after game 5, and we're going to game 6, I just like took a deep breath and I was like, this is the game I play every single day. If I just chill and like get my head on straight, I know what I'm doing and we'll just win.
Well, this was the first series you boys have actually played today. Did you get a chance to check out the NRG versus Falcons game?
Yeah, I was watching it a little bit. I thought that energy didn't look that great in that series, so I was like kind of confident. But yeah.
Did it help inform you guys whatsoever heading into this series, having watched that game?
Not really. I think we like have how energy plays like pretty down. Like we scrim them like every day and you know at home, and we play them at regionals every single time, so we know how they play.
Well, prior to that game 6, you called for a timeout. Talk to me about discussions that took place during that.
It was pretty much just like telling each other to just chill out because we were just like banging the ball too much, playing too fast, and we just needed to chill and take a second. So that's what we did, and it worked out.
Some might say a little bit too chill because you guys seem to love your overtimes. Why do you think it was that you were taking us right down to the wire?
I think during that series, like we would take a lead and then we would just like mess something up, like something very simple, and then like I don't know, we just couldn't hold leads in that series.
Final question: you are going to be facing either Carmine Core in the grand finals or Furia. Who do you want to face?
I want to face Carmine Corp.
Why?
Because I think NA is the better region, so like I just want to take them down.
What do we think, Birmingham? NA is the better region? You set yourself up for that one now. Good luck and have fun for the grand finals, and congratulations for making it.
Thank you.
The Ultimates will play for the title of Birmingham Major Champion. 4th killer. Nah, he beats the allegations here, moves forward, first killer. We'll finish at minimum top 2 and maybe finally get that first trophy.
Yeah, this will be round 2 of his grand finals run. He wants kickoff also because he wants to take down Batira.
Yeah.
For some revenge there, but also for LJ. Massive congrats to him. It's his first grand finals at an international event. And the Ultimates, it went the distance. We expected it. We expected it to be very defensive heavy, and it was. It was just one shot. First killer making some big plays by the end of that series really sealed the deal for Ultimates. Also, one bump and also one missed shot as well by Beast Mode.
They missed a lot of shots.
That was open. That was open.
They missed a lot of shots.
I've never been more.
I need to see the highlights.
I've never been more upset about a fake kickoff not working out. That was such a cool play. Like the double fake kickoff that creates this moment of everyone kind of like haphazardly going, oh, no, this isn't what we planned for, and yet the perfect 1, 2, 3 pass to the crossbar. Like, please. Like, oh, it was so cool.
Listen.
Yeah, there was pretty much the story of the entire series of just half chances, and then the shot was not good enough. There were so many times where it was under hit, so many times it was just put wide. The training pack is shots you shouldn't miss. I would recommend maybe a little bit of time on there.
Ooh, man, this was a good series though, man. Look, I had both these squads coming in. I really am about top 5 teams in the world, if not top 4, and they both showed out in this set. I know they both play a lot of defense. They're both comfortable winning games 2-1 or 1-0. That's just how NA's playing at the top at the moment. It's really just a midfield battle. It's all about execution. You get your chance, you have to make it count. Right here. Simple plays like that, just making the defender work in net. Beast Mode capitalized right there, but Ultimates, they never gave up. NRG, they win the next 2 games right here. They win that game 4, and they win the game 5. You heard FK on the Veracity interview. He said, listen, we had to take our time, chill. We know we can still win, and that's exactly what they did.
It was so incredibly close, but the Ultimates, they finally get over that hump, right, of energy. It's always energy this.
And that shot right there, my God.
Yeah, that slot was perfect by first killer. This bump by LJ knocks Beast Mode to the stratosphere, and then first killer can just
we don't show the 3-man. Where's the 3-man play? Where's the 3-man? We got to see how he missed.
Yeah, if they have a way to show us that overtime, or not overtime, but that final moment, that'd be amazing. But I think we're going to be talking about this one. We're going to be talking about this one for a while.
Well, yeah, we'll be talking about it for a while because, I mean, NRG, they need to hit the shooting packs. But also, on the other end, though, is the Ultimate squad that went all the way against an NRG squad who, like you said, Gibbs, like you said, Wave, NRG was 5-1 regionally, but Ultimates over the last 3, they're 2-1 against them. So the tide is starting to turn. Ultimates are getting that much better. And FK paired up with LJ. are in the grand finals in their first ever LAN together. That means something.
And both of them are international killers as well. Like LJ, he destroys Europe, first killer. Used to destroy Europe, now he's back on that trend again. So maybe international play is what they want for this grand final.
Do we actually have, I believe we actually have the play here. We can show you guys the final moment again in multi-directions. Everybody misses on the kickoff.
The pass.
1, 2,
Oh my gosh,
3.
but listen, that's what I thought. I thought he didn't even need to pass it. LJ was just gonna get bumped.
He's got,
LJ was just gonna get bumped.
It was still open. Daniel went for the bump on LJ, and he went for the angle save on LJ, but there was a slot there for Beast Mode to hit it.
I mean, that was a tough shot, though. LJ was covering up. I mean, he couldn't shoot it right. He has to shoot the bottom left.
Yeah.
The easier play is just go bump LJ.
Take a shot, yeah.
It's just about bump LJ.
Yep.
Both of them go bump him and just let Daniel shoot it. But they went for the team play. You can't be mad about the team play.
No.
If you're Ultimates fan,
No.
you can't be mad about the fact that Beast Mode couldn't net down with just that time.
Oh, they're very happy about that.
They're very happy about that. And now the Ultimates, man, woo, taking out a crowd favorite NRG, ending the LAN grand final streak with the whole team. I can't get more.
No, the grand final streaks are officially over now. 2 events in a row. NRG misses. The question marks starting to form more strongly around this roster. Is this a slump? Is this some sort of an issue they actually need to solve, or is this just 2 super unlucky events? Either way, the Ultimates in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think this is very important for not only the Ultimates, but also for Karmine Corp, because they came into this event, new rosters, they had teams that they needed to try and chase, Vitality for the blue wall, we had the Ultimates trying to finally catch up and overtake NRG. I would say both rosters will think that their work during the offseason has worked out.
Absolutely. Well, folks, if you're enjoying watching the tournament and you're like, you know what, it'd be kind of fun to see it from a different perspective, twitch.tv/Rlcs. You can check out the crowd cam, sit out in the audience, sort of be like a member of our audience here in Birmingham, but in Rocket League instead. You're in game, sitting like one of the eggs, hanging out there.
And honestly, watching that final play, that 3-man passing play was probably a really cool experience from that angle. Because you could see it development. You could see it. The camera crew did a great job getting the atomic angle and then with the initial pass from the player perspective, but the crowd angle was definitely probably just as good.
If you want to have a little bit of what the experience is like casting Rocket League, pull up both streams, have them both next to each other on 2 monitors. That's oftentimes what we do. We have 2 different perspectives going on, so we can kind of get information from one if it's not on the other screen there. So twitch.tv/Rlcs. Enjoy that style of broadcast. Maybe send it to your mom, send it to your friends there, folks. We've got 2 more matches on, 2 more matches on the day. It's been a long weekend, folks. We got 1 team in the grand finals, so it's time to find out, is this NA versus EU, or is it for the first time in the history of RLCS, NA versus South America?
South America's never been there before, and that is, we talk about final bosses of NRG, like K-Corp is the ultimate final boss of this whole event. So Furia, tough task.
Yep, and they've been here before. They did it against Moist over in Dallas the first time around. It was a Game 7 where it was a worldie, and then suddenly completely shut down in that semifinals. So do not want history to repeat itself.
They have been here before. Can they make it that step further, folks? All eyes will be on Furia as they take on the blue wall. That and more coming up after the break.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at progressive.com.
I'm pretty motivated to play in France for World Championship because we have Carmine Corp fans. I hope the whole stadium will be blue this time. We will give our best, we will be so motivated to win, and we'll try our best to make the fans really proud of us.
We've been asking for this for a very long time, and I'm hoping to prove that I am one of the greatest players in the game by winning my second Worlds in a row.
We just want to win, and hopefully like the fans will support us, like even if we lose, but we'll give everything to win.
I think it's due. Like the French community is the biggest in Rocket League for years now. We have the best player in the world. We are winning practically every event, so it was logical to see Rocket League in France, and it's even better because it's for World Championship. So I'm really excited.
Thanks to all the fans to be there and to support us every day.
We all know that it's going to be one of the biggest competition we will play, so it's going to be huge for all the fans, French fans. So yeah, we are happy about it.
It's the biggest event. We want to win because we're representing our country, so we are going to fight for winning this trophy.
We have the best player in Rocket League, and we have the biggest fan base.
It feels amazing to have a lot of support fans and messaging.
The road to Lions starts now.
Kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high beam cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. Open sesame, keyless sky. Jump in, fling on my belt, then drive. Body kit with a wide arch on the side. Nothing but W's, this thing's wide. Takes off like a G6, then glides. Reds in the red, even when the light's red. Nobody ain't got a track with this vibe. Rear wheel drive just so I can slide. Stay focused, slow mo. Got these moves out of Tokyo drift. All on cam so there ain't no miss. We'll be riding low so the car don't flip. I take corners better than stick. I don't work, but who said I don't shift? Paddles in the back, or we can do stick. Even in the moon, my car would stick. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when they hear that tiger, really come alive, it's real. 99 octane, I got the juice. I got goals to reach, let me loose. I got horns I can lock with a moose. Every time I turn, I just get a boost. I'm wheel spinning, I'm rubber spilling, I'm way ahead, boy, I'm proper chilling. If I tried, I'd pop a piston. You don't know what you're doing, you should probably listen. I'm really that guy, spinning that wide. Give me targets, I'll hit him with the backside. Whoa, better move when the backslides. Go wheel to wheel, 2 cars, that's high. And we can keep going all night. We can go 2 wheels, we can even do bikes. Stop for the feds, psych. Left and right, car swings like mine. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when they hear that tiger, really come alive, it's real. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through fields. Press the start, you hear it, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that tiger, really come alive, it's real.
3 teams from 3 different regions remain at the Birmingham Major. NA has secured a spot in the finals. The Ultimates will play for the title of Birmingham Major champion. The question is, who is going to join them on the other side after they finish off NRG? I'm still just kind of surprised if that's the thing I'm saying, CJ.
Every time we get to Championship Sunday, it's just game 7 after game 7. Are we all mentally weak? The players, like, you can't win. You can't just win in 6.
No, they can't finish. They can't finish the business. They just got to get to game 7, and somebody's got to mess up. That's exactly what they all want.
And we have one improbable team, I would say, in the grand finals already. And Furia's like, let's make it 2. You know, why not? Let's get a Furia versus Ultimates grand final.
Oh, all the conversations in the back have been like, so you're predicting Carmen Core for like both the, or you're doing a like no one's like, yeah, Furia's actually got a shot here. Like, imagine making it to top 4, and the best analysts in the game are all like, yeah, no, you're going to lose this one.
Oh, that's so nice that you call me one of the best analysts in the game. I don't know if I put that.
It's a stretch.
But I mean, I don't know who no one is, because Furia most definitely has a really good shot. The way they played earlier, we've always been talking about it. If it's all 3 of them in unison, all in sync, they could beat anybody.
But it's Carmen, you know, we'll save it. We're about to talk. We're about to do exactly what we're doing right now for like the next 5 minutes, folks. Let's do some pomp and circumstance first. This is the day we have been playing through. This is like the last 2 days of competition here in Birmingham. We've got 1 spot left in the grand finals before that match for the trophy. So it's time. We've got Europe versus South America. Very excited about it. Let's get into it.
Introducing first on the blue side, the color is blue. The team is Carmine Core.
And the blue wall, they are odds-on favorites to win this from 2 months ago, it seemed. As soon as they won Open #1 in dominant fashion and all their peers ranked them #1 in Europe, you knew you would have to go through them if you want to win the title. And Atto, fantastic performance yesterday. And the scariest thing about this team is I think Vatira is probably the 3rd best on it. That is an insane team when you say that, because Vatira is an absolute GOAT and one of the best in the world at it. And of course, Raleigh, leading all players in goals per game, looking to add an MVP to his titles.
Yeah, I think this guy was the best player in the world coming into Birmingham, and he has had a fantastic tournament so far. All 3 have had their moments. Considering where they started in the first round on Thursday, they went to Game 5 against Wildcard, and here they are. They've only got better and better as the tournament's progressed. 3-0 into the playoffs, and they're in a great spot here, Wavepunk.
They've been sitting in the back for hours, waiting for this moment, waiting to finally play in the semis.
And introducing their opponents on the orange side, representing South America, seeking the region's first ever Grand Final, Furia!
They just took down 3 world champions, but can they get past the blue wall to get into the grand finals here in Birmingham? Lost, what a player he's been since the crowd days, Gibbs.
Man, Lost and Jorfinho both have been playing lights out Rocket League. Yan, like in that last series versus Vitality, Fury wins this 4-3. Yan scores 0 goals. Yet they're still here because of Jorfinho and Lost and what they're doing on the offensive end. Yan is being the playmaker on this team now to elevate both Drew and Lost, and it's working beautifully.
It is working beautifully. They've been looking the best they've ever looked in my estimation. With Yan, all he has to do is play defense, hold down the back line, and still be efficient when he gets the ball touches. If he can do all that with the other 2 dominant OO, they're nice.
And that man there is 1-1 against the French on stage in best of 7s. He lost to Moxie, but he took down Team Vitality. Can he do it again here? I mean, as you said, Wavepunk, heavy underdogs, this Furia team, but there's something about them when they go back to South America, when they hide away in their home region, they just become such a threat internationally.
There's something about this land. There's something just about the performances, both from the Ultimates and from Furia, that makes me want to believe that even these giants could be slain.
At some point, you expect Furia to make that Grand Finals push. It's the same thing with First Killer, right? You expect him to get back there at some point. They're too talented to not make it to a Grand Finals. Last time around in London of 24 is when they made it to a top 4 finish again. They played G2. Very close series, 4-2. The last 2 games, both 2-1 victories for G2. That's how close they have been before to making that Grand Finals. It's all about that final push now to get there, but they have to do it against Europeans' best.
And they just took out what we consider the other European best squad. Imagine going 2 for 2.
It's wild. They took out a team with 4 World Championship titles. There's only 1 left on the field, and that is Drawley. So they could take out all 5 World Champions at the point.
All 5 of them right now. Drawley, a player we have talked about endlessly this event, but yet has been not, I wouldn't say quiet, but he's not been this flashy force. He's not been leading the top 5 plays of the day or anything like that, and yet is always leading in stats.
Yeah, but he is leading goals per game. 1.17 is outstanding from Raleigh. On the other side of things, Lost, his stats might not look as impressive there, but he was quieter earlier on in the tournament. I mean, if you look at crowd days, the impact that he's had, which is not a stat, always has been huge.
Oh yeah, like we don't look at numbers when you say, I dunked Zen Game 7 overtime to win it, right? Yeah. That is what Lost has done so far for this team.
That's the play in the moments, where your team really needs you to step up. That's what we've seen from Lost so far. And it's not, and he's maybe the player we expected it the least from on Furia, which is what makes it so deadly.
100%. And then also, they're just clutch. They had to go up against Vitality all the way to Champions Field. You would expect Zen, Monkey Moon, and Exotic to handle business, but that's not what happened. They handled business. They took advantage of a Zen mistake. They're the ones who capitalized, and they're the ones who are still playing.
And there's one thing that we will know for sure is Furia is going to be confident this entire match. It does not matter if K-Corp's up 3-0. Furia has that aura. They know what they're doing. They are going to be confident with the 3 members of that team. It's just, can you put it together for 20 minutes versus the best in the world? It's going to be tough.
There's few rosters that I would think in any situation believe in themselves more than Furia does. If no one's got Furia, I know Furia's got Furia.
I mean, you mentioned the aura, but it's self-confidence. The confidence, as you said, they have in each other, in themselves. Yan feels like he can take down anyone, and there's something about this series. I'm thinking back to Moy's first Furia. There's players with history, Vatira, obviously on KC. You've got the Furia boys as well, Yan. They'll remember that World Champs at Dickies Arena. That was one of the best series of all time.
We watched Yan play against Moxie yesterday, and the thing we kept talking about was Moxie's pressure of making it to Worlds because of how important it was for him to represent France there. We gotta talk about the pressure this Furia roster's under. They've made it this far. They've made it to top 4 3 times. They have never been able to get that last step and have South America finally represented in the Grand Finals.
But there's also a lot of pressure on Vatira. I feel like he puts the pressure on himself to be the best in the world, to never lose. He has the highest win percentage on LAN ever, but no World Championship title yet. He puts that pressure all on him, and he even mentioned on Twitter that, like, yeah, like, I kind of crumble under the pressure at times, but he knows this, and he knows he's working on that, but now is one of those times. Do what you're supposed to do. You guys are favorites here. K-Corp are favorites. You should take down Furia.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. Hashtag FUR for Furia. Hashtag KC for Carmine Corps. Are any of us brave enough to go with the David here? CJ?
The way this day's gone, I think we should all be going Furia because it doesn't make sense, but it's going to happen. But I cannot do it. I'm going KC. I think Carmine Corps are too good. They're the best team in the world. They're going to prove it.
I don't even think we see Neo Tokyo. I'm going K-Corp.
Oh, man. He's putting some bad juju on this match.
Have you been watching today?
You don't even think we're going to see Neo Tokyo?
We're going to Game 7.
K-Corp's that good.
Who are you picking?
I'm picking Carmine Corps, man. I'm going with the blue wall.
I just feel like it's disrespectful for none of us to go. Flip the coin, flip the coin.
Flip the coin? You're not going to go first?
No, I need to see the coin first.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if the coin saves Bates from having to pick David in the game versus Goliath. Into the air, coming down. It does go Furia. The coin believes.
Nice. I'm going Carmine Corp.
He's not going to follow.
I'm going Carmine Corp. I just felt a bit disrespect. Somebody up here need to go Furia. They played well, but that's why we got the coin. Carmine Corp, I also do agree with your gift. I think Furia's about to go up against a Juggernaut. There's a difference between Vitality, where it really just looked like Zen had to do everything, versus the Carmine Corp, where it's about to be a 3-headed monster, and they're all in form. I think it's probably 5, maybe a Game 6, but I can't see Champions Field for the first time today.
Part of me hopes you're right. Part of me hopes you're wrong.
Oh, absolutely.
That's fine. I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, everybody's happy.
Imagine the stories either way here. I want to see it. I want to see it. Carmine Corps trying. They've been so dominant for so long, and yet still withheld from that ultimate title. They could possibly more or less lock up Worlds here with a good enough performance. They're the fan favorites. They're the desk favorites. Everything is going for them. This is their match to lose. Can they hold on? We're about to find out, Gibbs.
It's going to be a wild ride. Let's go.
It is going to be a wild one. Folks, there is one spot left in the finals. Only one region can have it. Let's find out who it is. It's a French world, and we're all living in it. Or are we? Kometo sends his regards. They're big, they're bad, they're blue, and yet the Cats are hungry and stronger than they have ever been. The champions of Brazil versus the champions of France, with the Americans watching to find out who will challenge them for the title. Carmine Corps versus Furia.
for Carmine Corp. Surely that's a feel-good feeling.
Yeah, amazing feeling. Last year was bittersweet. We failed in semis twice. Not this time.
Not this time, indeed. I gotta ask you though, did you expect to face Furia, or was all of your preparations done to go up against the Team Vitality?
To us, it was 50-50. Like, with what happened yesterday, I realized like both teams had flaws, so if one of them could, exploit them, they would face us in the semifinals. So we were prepared for both of them.
Were you expecting for it to be such an unbelievable clean sweep for you boys? Everybody was showing up.
And that's what happened when we play good,
What do we think? KC fans, were they playing good? The love for you boys is astounding. But now is where the pressure begins to mount. Because Vatira has the opportunity to do something truly incredible. Has he spoken to you boys about it whatsoever? Are we going to see a Neo Tokyo 2.0?
We'll see.
We'll see. First Killer said he wants to face you boys because NA is the better region and he's ready to prove it. What do you have to say to First Killer ahead of the grand finals?
I don't have anything to say. Show it on the field.
Ooh, okay, I like it. Bring in the heat. Best of luck to you and the boys. I'm going to let you go ahead and get things ready.
Thank you.
We've had many, many upsets today, but finally a semblance of normalcy. Carmine Corp are deadly.
I think there's one word that Fury is just saying, like, bro, like, what are we supposed to do? Just sitting there like, they are just popping off. K-Corp looks like the best team in the world. They played like the best team in the world. And Fury's like, we have all this momentum. It doesn't matter. K-Corp will just come in and just stomp you.
You mentioned it before the match, T-Bay. With Vitality, it was kind of relying on Zen, but this is a three-headed beast. So how do you even pick an MVP? Drali's obviously been fantastic, but all three of them, they could be the three best players in the world. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's all three. It's all three because, I mean, Drali's doing the finishing, and he's also sometimes doing the creating, but Vatira's controlling the midfield. Atto was hitting you with his little cat out of the bag type move, you know what I'm saying? And when they're all going, it's like three Phoenix just swarming you. They're constantly going and utilizing the sidewalls, the ceiling, every aspect of the game that's hard to beat.
I mean, was this? To me, it almost looked too easy. Almost looked like maybe
it did look
Furio's not actually like a good warm-up match for a team like the Ultimates. Was it that way, or did they just dominate so hard they made it look that way?
I think they're just too good. I mean, Furia, we saw their level. They took taking down Vitality, but oh man, Drali, it was right off the bat. And I think they just killed any sort of momentum. Just with how strong they started in this series, they gave Furia no room to really find their feet in this semi-final.
Well, it's just wild because you'll see these aerial touches that turn into passes, but they're not done on the play. That person will then go for a bump play, or they'll go for the aerial. They won't do the pass. Instead, it'll be a fake, and then they'll have someone else come in. And the Furia had some moments, and again, lost Trifino. That dynamic duo was looking good at times, but it was just not enough.
I think what they do as well, KC, they give the opposition, they give Furia so few chances on net that when Furia finally get a chance to strike, there's so much pressure on hitting that shot. So we saw a couple of chances, some shots go awry from Furia, but I think that's the pressure from KC that, they're building it down the other end. Furia think we have to score, this has to be the moment, and that pressure was too much.
They're beating him to the ball regularly here, Carmine Corp. Feeling strong, looking like the best we've ever seen them be, and they will play for the title of Birmingham Major Champion, taking on the Ultimates. NA versus EU.
NA versus EU, and the last time First Killer made a grand final at a LAN, he played Vatira. He played this organization back in San Diego. He came out short, but this time he's back with LJ. LJ's first time in a grand final. First time at a LAN grand final, I should say. Both of them looking for their first major championship.
And last time K-Corp, they were also favorites then, but it was a Game 6 overtime. So Ultimates, or back then it was First Killer with FaZe, they came close, right? So
real close.
There is a chance. Obviously, K-Corp is playing wonderful Rocket League today, but the Ultimates, you can't count them out.
It's a beautiful story. I've seen the symmetry, seeing these teams clash again, and like the Ultimates are, I think, objectively a stronger team than that FaZe lineup was, but also this Carmine Corp roster objectively stronger than that Carmine Corp roster was. It's just both teams have leveled up here, and there's only one way to settle it. We're gonna let them play it out here. It's 7 games of Rocket League. Maybe we'll get all the way to Champions Field. I mean, we finally got a break. finally got a 4-0 in there instead of just going to Champions Field every single one, but we almost had the longest day possible.
Yeah, it's interesting now because we're walking in the back and you see all the practice areas getting cleaned up and all that stuff because we have 2 teams left. There is no more practice left for either of these teams. They have to be ready. 14 teams are already gone. It is 1 match left to determine a winner.
I mean, CJ, when you've been in moments like this in your career where there's like only 2 teams remaining, you have to like sit there and wait for the finals. Like, what do you do?
Oh, you been in those moments?
Maybe not on nationally, but
maybe not in a world championship. But
maybe back at home.
Yeah, at home.
I think it's tough. You know, you talk about you don't want to play the grand final in the semi-final, but obviously every series you've got to be giving it your all. But I think for Ultimates, that win over NRG was massive. But the adrenaline from that win, you know, going the distance, Game 7, that's on Sad Junior now to get the boys just relaxed, you know, focused again because KC, they look a different beast.
Exactly, and get them back focused. That was the key point because you get such a rush in that series, the way it went in Game 7, how they finished the game, how they won the game. Then you got to sit down and relax. You got to wait an hour and 30 minutes. Your energy was at an all-time peak, and now it's got to go all the way back down. How do you get right back into it?
And then not only that, it's like, oh, maybe we'll have a longer break. No, it's clean 4-0 for K-Corp, and like, all right, we have to be ready now.
Yeah, on the other side, KC, they didn't have to really get out of second gear, so they're ready to go. I mean, this grand final it's going to be tough for Ultimates.
It's going to be tough, and it is one of those things, the more competitors we've talked to over the years, whether they would prefer to have the break or prefer to go straight into it, it's 50-50 on which one prefer. It just comes down to preference. So one team has to deal with one situation, the other has to deal with the other. Luckily for you guys at home, there's lots of ways that you can choose to enjoy the Rocket League Championship Series Birmingham Major. You can watch it right here on the main channel, or you can check out twitch.tv/RL Esports. Check out the crowd cam. Sit as an egg in DFH Stadium. Watch the game unfold from, I swear the eggs are like half a mile away from the actual field on DFH. It's the most insanely
cheap
constructed
seats.
They have to pay them to
get the binoculars
fillers. That's an insane looking stadium.
But that's a good view to watch, like maybe a K-Corp aerial fake. You'll see the play develop in the air. You'll see one go in the air. Normally, like you only see that player cam, and you don't know where the teammates are. Now you'll be able to see that fake actually develop and see why they go for it.
And it's the last time we are going to talk to you about it because there's only one more match up. So go check it out. If you haven't checked it out just yet, maybe you'll find a new favorite way to watch Rocket League. And if you enjoy watching Rocket League, I can tell you there is no better way, crowd cam or mainstream, than being there in person, folks. The next time we will be playing Rocket League in front of a crowd will be June 28th and 29th, Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. Scan the QR code on your screen to get your tickets.
It's going to be some beautiful weather there as well. So when you're not watching the Rocket League, you can actually go touch grass and have a good time. And like it's going to be awesome.
Is he taking shots?
Not many beaches in North Carolina, though, would there?
There are.
There are? There are.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
in
in Raleigh.
Yeah, there are beaches
I thought
in
it was
North
all
Carolina.
central. Never mind. We're on the East Coast,
it's
baby.
on the East Coast, baby.
East Coast, best coast?
That's right. East Coast, best coast. It's not close.
Exactly.
It's not close.
Beast Coast.
Beast Coast, yes,
right?
East Coast.
Yeah, it's West Coast is best coast.
We don't need to lie.
I don't know. You saying that, like, you are teasing with the weather gods, asking them to send us some rain.
It could definitely rain.
We'll see this. You keep saying it with so much confidence. Stop. While we're ahead here, folks. It's also a really special time in Rocket League because if you want to participate in the next portion of the Rocket League Championship Series, registration is open. We'll be opening for the 3v3 Raleigh Opens 4 through 6 for all regions, as well as the 1v1 Opens for North America, MENA, OCE, and SSA. The players can register at start.gg. So you think you've been watching these games, you're like, I could do that.
What do you reckon, Bates? Me and you? Team up?
Oh, well, how, you coming over to North America?
I might hop over the pond.
Oh, hop on the pond, baby.
I mean,
Listen.
maybe you should go to OCE.
Actually,
it might be a little easier.
Yeah, well, if we go to OCE, I think I'll be qualified for lane.
But it's so much fun to just play in them. Like, even if you don't think that you can actually place and get any money or anything like that, just get 3 friends together and, like, just have fun on this weekend. Maybe we win one match. Maybe we don't, but maybe we play players that we know are good, and then you can see on the field how good they are. And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, for North America, Middle East, OCE, and SSA, the registration closes April 14th. For Europe, South America, and APAC, it closes the 21st.
That's for the 4th Open?
For the 4th Open. For the next one, yes. The next one that is going to happen here that is currently open. So make sure you go and get your signups in if you want to make that one happen. I mean, it's free to register.
Yeah.
Have a weekend with your friends. Go 0-3. I mean, come on. You know,
stream it. Stream your run. People will tune in.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, like, also tuning in, like, just play in a qualifier one time and learn how much better people are at video games than you are. Like,
because
you'll get dizzy.
Pretty much everyone's played in the in-game tournaments, right? But that's based on your skill.
Yeah.
But it is kind of cool to go into tournaments like, oh, we got a forfeit win. Sweet, we're in round 2. And then it's like, oh, we're playing people we actually know that are pros. And then it's like, okay, when you're on the field, it's a completely different beast. Sometimes when you watch Rocket League, especially from maybe an egg cam, it might look a little easy. But when you go up against those players, you're dizzy after a while.
Legitimately, the camera will spin around you until you're 5-0 and the game is over. But there's lots of fun. It's a wonderful community, and I hope you will join in and become a part of it. Folks, the trophy is on the line next. It has sat there and watched. We're going to see Carming play the ultimate story to hold it.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at progressive.com.
Sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk, when we just talk. Let's talk. Baby, I'm not Potter, I got language. I ain't got no time to sit here angry. You know life is better when we just talk, when we just talk. Let's talk. I know sometimes I can say the wrong thing. You won't get nowhere without responding. You know life is better when we just talk, when we just talk. Let's talk. Better when we just talk, just talk. Better when we just talk, just talk. You know better when we just talk. Let's talk.
And then it was time for the grand finals of the Birmingham Major. The Ultimates versus Karmine Corps will be the final match to determine who hoists the trophy. I finally said hoist correctly, Gibbs.
Well done, well done.
Thank you. I'm proud of myself.
This is going to be exciting. Obviously, K-Corp, huge favorites. They just cleaned up 4-0 versus Furia, but the Ultimates have already vanquished one final boss of their region. Now it's time for the world final boss and see if they can do it.
My goodness, there's so many bosses in the game. Karmine Corps really is the final boss of Rocket League though right now.
Yeah, it's a three-headed beast. I think every other team today has made Champ Sunday look difficult, except for Karmine Corps. So.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you Who knows? We've seen plenty of teams. We've watched. I can remember. I feel like London last year, the Falcons looked like Karmine Corps did up until the grand finals when we were like, what is this team? Where did these guys come from? So you never know. That's why we play the game. It's gonna be an epic match. Maybe it'll be an epic match and an upset in a different direction. Who knows?
Drolly going for another title. It'd be 3 back-to-back-to-back with normal teams, I guess you would say, if you go back to the Esports World Cup as well. So that's unprecedented. And then, like, Vatira's obviously won majors before, so
2 of them.
There's more experience there compared to Falcons, so you would expect that they would perform
here we
pretty
go.
well.
Here they are.
And we already got the wall
Here they
going
are.
as
There we
well,
go.
and
They're already
like a
obnoxious.
hometown crowd, too.
They're going to try and create that environment, but this is one of those moments. Grand Finals is one of those moments where tournament craft is just as important as game craft. Karmine Corps might be better on the pitch, CJ, but if the Ultimates can keep their composure better, who knows?
Do you think it plays in Ultimate's favor? You know, the underdogs don't have the crowd. I think First Killer likes being. Do you think he likes?
Sure.
You know,
Like it's kind of like the Monkey Moon when he gets booed, he plays better. It's kind of like that. I think First Killer does thrive in those situations. I think the Ultimates are going to play their defensive ball.
They're
just going to wait for a K-Corp mistake and hope for that momentum to shift. Because again, K-Corp, they have everything to lose here.
They
do. The Ultimates are not supposed to win, so they can play with some house money here.
Yeah, but we've seen so many teams who are not supposed to win it win it. It happens all the time in Rocket League. It's crazy. It's a crazy, crazy game here, folks. And if you think you've got a shot, make sure you get signed up for Open number 4. Those signups are open right now at start.gg. Signups for some of the regions close on the 14th, some of the regions close on the 21st. Make sure you're paying attention depending on where you live. But those signups are available right now. They can go and get that signed up, see if you can play.
Yeah, and both these teams obviously getting a lot of points here as well. So they might not even have to play in Open 4, 5, and 6. They'll probably still make the World Championship. Obviously, they will play in those, but both these teams looking
I'm
to
ready
get
for this match, boy.
the extra 10 points
I'm
as
just
well.
ready.
Tons of prize money on the line, so a lot of pressure because of those.
Absolutely. We do, unfortunately, Bates, have to give the team just a little bit more time to get ready here. So in the meantime, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I want to get it there. So in the meantime, let's take a look at the competitions we've been having. The talent amongst us
I'm
here.
not ready to see this right now.
What else are we going to do, you know?
I mean, we can talk about the match that's about to come up.
Oh, look at that.
That's great. Doing a great job, guys. Well done. Everybody's wrong.
Look at that.
Oh, wait, no.
Bottom half, CJ. What's going on here? You're tight with stacks. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I've dropped down, haven't I?
I know, that's unfortunate, man.
Also, chat, you got to...
Wavefunk, though.
Great.
Because for
Where
the
did
desk,
you come from?
me and Bates have won. We need you to win as well.
I'm trying.
For the desk.
I'm doing my best here. And unfortunately, this is a little bit of a
I don't like the out-ofs. The out-ofs make everybody look bad, so they need to take that out. Next time, we're going to put just the numbers up, because clearly the percentages aren't good.
So one thing real quick, no ultimates across the board. These were all
Nobody.
pre-tournament picks, and obviously a lot of K-Corps, a lot of Falcons, a couple Vitalities thrown in there, a Furia for some reason, but
he always picks Furia. That's why he's picking that series.
No ultimates, and the coin somehow picked K-Corp already. I'm not sure how that works.
I'm not sure. Yeah, we didn't really ask the coin. It just manifested there. The NRG, I feel like Bates, you were like one side flip away from having them in the finals here.
I know.
Looking over at the Fantasy, Veracity still holding down the battle for second place because first place is completely locked up by an entire number, an entire numeral there.
Yeah, I'm in trouble though because my team is done, and Stumpy still got Atto, so he can definitely pass me. I am worried. I am very concerned.
Hey, Bates, I think we got a chance. We got FK and Rlcs to put in generational performances in this grand final. Get that 8 gas.
They sure could. Putting them get that good gas, baby.
We want them.
Absolutely. A reminder.
Not the petrol.
A reminder of how we got here, folks. If you're just now joining us for the grand finals, you picked an amazing time to start watching some Rocket League. We had an incredible bracket of play that was preceded by an incredible Swiss that led us to these top 8 teams. We saw North America versus Europe in both the upper matches. We saw Twisted Minds versus Furia, Middle East versus South America, as well as Europe versus the Middle East in those lower round 1 matches. I mean, there's been... I was looking at it at the beginning of the day here, Gibbs, and was like, oh, during the quarterfinals, we didn't have any Game 7s. And then today, we've had 3.
Yeah, and K-Corp's the only team undefeated here. Only one team took him to Champions Field. That was Wildcard.
The boys down under.
So Wildcard, number 2 team here, possibly.
OCE stocks
if
have
K-Corp
never been
wins.
higher.
Which leads me to a question.
You don't believe that.
For the teams that are league eliminated, who's the most disappointed? I'm sorry, I won't ask the question.
Wow.
Who is happiest about their result, do you think, Bates, from the teams that are done?
I think Luminosity. Luminosity was
Luminosity's gotta
with
be
their results there. I think that they were fantastic.
That's a
But
good
folks,
pick.
enough of us just yapping up here. It is time for what you all came for, the grand finals of the Birmingham Major.
You're a pro player, you want to play LANs. That's at the peak of esports in general.
Playing in front of a crowd's like the best experience for a player.
I mean, the crowd brings kind of a different type of environment. You gotta prepare for it.
The talent at this line is stacked, and no one is really a pushover here anymore.
This is the season where the gap between the major regions and the EU is almost gone.
We all here have such an insane level that everyone can win the tournament in a good day.
Everybody have the capacity to dominate this one and to bring back this trophy at home.
Furia not even allowed by the run.
Making the first major is always great. You want to set yourself up really nicely for Worlds.
You just see Worlds at the end.
You always should be grateful to take every major for what it is. Coming to a LAN, you need to be totally focused on every single aspect you have.
It's being locked in for every match and just getting ready for it.
You can lose at any moment. if you don't like constantly fix the things that you know you need to work on.
Feel like we are ready for this major. Our only objective is to win.
What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Ato, Rally, Batira, Carmi Core!
The #1 organization in Rocket League, in my estimation. They love the grand finals. They make rosters for the grand finals. Their fans come to see their team play in the grand finals. And this iteration of them, the newest version, Atto, Batira, and the world champion MVP, no, that was exotic. The world champion winner, Rally, all are here to yet again get another W for this great organization.
And they just played this top team, Furia, and they won 10 goals to 3. They mopped the floor with them. They look in prime form right now, CJ.
Batira, the highest win percentage on LAN, only got better after that last series, 4-0. But this man, Rally, the best player in the world in my eyes, has been one of, if not the MVP of the Birmingham Major so far. But that can all be undone. He's got a best of 7 to step up once again.
And introducing their opponent, representing North America, the team of Chronic, LJ, and First Killer. They are the Ultimate!
And the Ultimate's no longer a North America contender. They take the North American champion title from NRG to represent North America in this grand finals. Chronic's been here before, he's won one before, but his teammates are two of the most talented players to have never done it. First Killer, 0 major victories. Made it to 1 grand finals versus K-Corp. Lost that in Game 6, Neo Tokyo. Everyone remembers that touch. So does he. He wants revenge. LJ, never even won a regional yet, but the mechanical skill that he can do is one of the best in the world. If he pops off in this series, he could look like the best player on the field, bar none.
And a play style that really just gives out W's. They play defensive, they'll bring you in, they'll hit you with a counterattack, but they are clinical in doing so. LJ, a sniper. First Killer, a sniper. Chronic, a winner. They have everything you need, and they got Sad Jr., the man with the suit on, making everything happen behind the scenes. You heard of him, LJ. They believe in him. The going gets tough. Look to Sad Jr. to coach him out of it.
First Killer's been at the top for so long, but it always felt like there was a missing piece, and this FK-LJ duo was the worst kept secret of the offseason. The roster move happened. They've gone with Chronic, a major champion. That experience could come into factor here.
And 3 upsets already. They already took down Falcons 3-0. They take down Vitality. After Vitality scores at 0 Game 6 to tie it, everyone thinks they're going to crumble. They don't. They score immediately right after to win that series. And then, of course, versus their NA counterpart, NRG, take them down after being down 3-2 in that series. They faced adversity all tournament long, and they have risen to the occasion. One last opponent left.
LJ made it all the way to second place and his top 2 finish here after 5th versus 8th being his highest, but he's one of the players to look at. These two are the leaders of the team, the players we expect to see carry the load in this grand final.
And talk about pure talent. First Killer has that in spades. Raleigh is probably the best player in the world right now. He is continuing his tournament dominance, looking for 3 tournaments in a row. 1.23 goals per game is absolutely absurd. Both of them, though, participating in a ton of goals.
I'm so excited to watch them play each other, but at the same time, the pressure has to be there for the Ultimates. That feeling of making it further in the run than you ever expected to be, and the way that the nerves just pop up. I mean, CJ, making it to top 4 was one thing. Making it to top 2 is another thing. Is the pressure extra to get to that top 1?
I think it is for First Killer in particular. He's been here before, hasn't got the job done yet. The problem is, did they play their grand final in that semi-final, the Ultimates, going to Game 7 against the NRG? On the other side, though, I think KC have the pressure, obviously the home court advantage, but Drally left a World Championship team instantly last season. He's put his faith in Vatira, in Atto. They need to repay it here with a major win.
I mean, this is to leave a team that just won a World Championship tells you how confident he is that this roster can do it. This is what would prove it, holding that trophy at the end. If you think that they can do it, chat, let us know in the progressive fan vote. Hashtag KC for Carmine Core, hashtag TU for the Ultimates. And this is a tone setter for the rest of the season. There's only 3 in-person events. Winning the first one, especially on the road to Lyon, for the French to win that first one would be such a statement. What an exclamation point at the end of the first chapter of 2025.
It'll have to be huge, and also put K-Corp in one of those spots where they will be going to the World Championship. They'll have so many points. They just have to completely not bottle open 4 or 5 assists, which they will not. So they will be there, but they want this one now. They want to win all, right? Every player that comes to these events wants to win. 2 teams left. Who doesn't?
Okay, well, folks, let us know who you think's gonna win. We're gonna let you know who we think will be Birmingham Major champions. CJ, who's your pick?
The question is, do we think Rocket League Esports is scripted? Do you believe that Gibbs writes the scripts to this game? Well, let me run you through something real quick. Last season, first major, Gentlemates did not win a regional coming in. They 3-0'd Falcons in Swiss. They beat NA2 in the match for the top 4. They beat the best online team in their region to make the grand final, and they won the major. Let's run through Ultimates right now. They haven't won a regional. They 3-0'd Falcons in Swiss. They beat EU2 in the match for top 4 and beat the best online team in their region to make the grand final. Give me the Ultimates. It doesn't make sense, but Gibbs is writing the script.
All right. I know I'm a lazy script writer sometimes. Sorry. It's been, you know, I've had to write a lot of these, all right?
You can just reuse the whole thing.
There is no one on this show that has been a bigger First Killer fan than me.
That's true.
I cannot go against First Killer when he could possibly pull off the biggest upset and win this major. And my boy Sad Jr. is the coach of the team. The stars are aligning. Do I think K-Corp has a better chance to 4-0 the Ultimates than the Ultimates win this match? Yes.
Okay.
But do I think there's a chance that the Ultimates win this? I do. I am going to go with the Ultimates.
2 for the Ultimates. Bates?
What's the color? What's the color? What's the color? I'm going to Ultimates. Come on, Ultimate. Give me an A. Give me an A. Give me an A.
There is no way.
Give me First Killer.
Give me Carmine Core. Am I crazy?
What are we doing?
Crazy?
What are we doing?
What is happening right now? How am I the only person picking the best team in Rocket League?
We're losing our jobs. This just doesn't look good.
Do the coin.
This does not look good.
I'm fine right now, baby. That's what you
Safest
want.
coin, please.
No, the coin almost has the Ultimate.
What is happening?
You want to know something else that happened in the Gentlemates? No, I didn't predict them one time to win this. I did predict the Ultimates one time, but I didn't predict them here. I don't know, folks.
Close?
The Blue Walls got us in chat. They're ready to go. The players are ready. It's all set. Let's play the grand finals of the Birmingham Major.
Welcome to a place that ordinary teams can only dream of. Only the extraordinary can compete on that stage and lift that trophy. And now, there's only one question left to answer. Who will leave Birmingham as a major champion? The blue wall looks to add yet another trophy to the cake. The Ultimates are primed to set the new standard for North America. It's a heavyweight showdown in front of Esports' greatest fans. This is your grand finals. Fire up and let's roll! your winners and Birmingham Major champions, Carmine Corp! Now to present the championship award, please welcome Rocket League World Champion, Garrett G. And now the Birmingham Major's most valuable player, Raleigh!
There we have it, Carmine Corp. What a fantastic journey you've had so far. Raleigh, I want to start with you as the latest addition to this team. What does this moment mean to you, and what do you want to say to the boys that have joined you on this journey?
First of all, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank them. I want to thank the fans, my family, everybody, you know. And yeah, this means a lot, because when I joined this team, I had multiple choices, you know. And I mean, maybe some people doubted them. Like, maybe people doubted my choice because, you know, I chose to join them and they didn't have like the best, end of the season last year. But yeah, this means a lot because I knew we could do it. I knew we could dominate, and yeah, very happy to see this.
One thing is for certain, the crowd knew you could dominate. Isn't that right? The love, the support has been nothing short of incredible. Atto, how's your first LAN winning experience been? Making your debut on the big stage. Talk to me. How are you feeling right now, emotions-wise?
I mean, it's like two years that I'm just like playing, and I never won anything. So, I mean, it means a lot for me, and I'm so happy to win with that team specifically because they are so nice and they're the best people like I could be with.
Birmingham loves you. What can I say? You, sir, notorious Vatira for setting world records. You were the first player to win 2 majors. You set another record. You are the first player in Rocket League history to win 3 RLCS majors. Record-setting trendsetter, what do you have to say to us?
I want to say that I'm playing Rocket League to break records, honestly. It's my third major and it's not the last. We will give everything to win World Championship at Lyon this season. Thanks to my family, thanks to the Blue Wall, and thank you everyone for being here.
Farah, at the start of this series, you said to me, we will let all of the talking happen on the pitch. You didn't disappoint, you delivered. You're amongst one of very few teams to ever have a clean sweep in the grand finals of a major. To what do you credit the fantastic performance of these boys?
I have the 3 best players in the world. It's as simple as that.
Birmingham, one more time for your RLCS Birmingham winning team. Coming,
The third ever perfect sweep in an RLCS LAN final. The first player to win 3 LANs, 3 majors since the new format in the open era here. Vatira setting records. And it's an incredible moment to be coming off of the stage, to be hoisting a trophy, being told about the records you're winning, and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do them again. There's lots more coming, don't worry about it.
This is the most dominant victory in RLCS history as well. K-Corp, they went 21 games won, 5 losses. The next best was the 23 Vitality World Champions. They had 20 wins and 5 losses. So they have set a new bar, not only for this season, but for RLCS, for Rocket League history that is about to hit its 10th birthday. Not only that, Coach Farah, part of both of these teams as well. The 23 Vitality World Champs, and now this. But for Atto, his first title, extra special there. Drali, 3 traditional 3v3 LAN victories in a row. No player has ever done that before. K-Corp is setting all the records.
The best coach in Rocket League history. And I mean, we need to start having a conversation about this team, T-Bait. That was utterly dominant in a split, in a major where it felt like the most competitive. Our top 6, our Championship Sunday, it felt like any of these 6 teams could win. K-Corp not only won, they've done it in the most dominant fashion ever.
I mean, for a single LAN, I think it might just be, like you said. Actually, I think it is. It's the most dominant performance I think I've ever seen. Call me.
That was an
Ultimates
exhibition.
weren't playing bad, bro. Ultimates were playing just good rock. It didn't matter, though.
It wasn't just the stats. It was the way those games resolved. You watching it, I mean, Gibbs, we've sat with this guy through a lot of grand finals, and there's been a lot of, no, come on, they're doing that, no, come on, is this just because of that, right? That you were sitting there in respect the whole time.
I have nothing to complain. Listen, if you're an enjoyer of Rocket League, that is about as perfect as a team can play. CJ, you and me are talking about it. They stop the ball every single time. No balls went over their head. Over their head. They controlled the pace. They hit you, and they saved everything, and they were clinical on offense. You can't ask a team to do much more, bro. I mean, I've never seen 3 people play so well.
They make no mistakes. They gave up 3 goals for that entire series. The Ultimates had to work so hard.
So hard.
So hard.
Goals.
And even when they finally got their chance, it'd be a pinch save off the post. Someone was always there from KC. Credit to Farah. These guys play the perfect play style. They look impenetrable.
Is that his gritty or something? What is this? Oh, no, man. He's just doing a little...
Hey, he can do whatever he wants today, all right? All 3 of them and Farah. Absolutely.
Listen, you see that site? They're trying to do that in Lyon later on. I don't know how many K-Corp fans are going to be in Lyon. It might have 8,000. That's what they're trying to get done.
Nuts.
Man, I mean...
I will say as well, Gibbs, you tried to cook with that script for the Ultimates for your boy First Killer.
I tried.
I think these guys can break any script you try and write. This is so dominant.
It's just insane what they're doing. And we always go into these first majors. It's like, all right, where's the bar being set for the rest of the year? Last year with the mates, it was like an underdog story. Like, okay, bar might not be relatively high yet. It's more about parity. This bar is at an all-time high. K-Corp is the target. And honestly, I can't reach it. I think Wave Punk can barely reach it. Like, if he puts his arm all the way up there, that bar is that high.
That's saying something.
It is insane what K-Corp has done.
I mean, it was in the interview, you heard Jasmine ask Farah, how do you continue to do this? He says, I have the 3 best players in the world. And Bates, you leaned over to me and said, he coached Zen.
He coached Zen, and he still said that. Listen, I don't know if he's obligated because he's a coach right now, but I think he means what he says. I think he means what he says, and that's saying something, man. Oh, man, I don't know who beats that.
But it was just a fun watch. Like, we were watching, like, this is just great Rocket League.
You want to watch a montage of Karmine Core goals?
Oh, yes.
Let's go. Let's watch a montage of Karmine Core goals. Maybe there's an Ultimates moment in here somewhere.
Well, one thing I want to note here is Atto, the ultimate closer. I felt like he was at the end of a lot of these goals, just making things work for the team, and he gets not as much credit as Drolly, but Atto, what a tournament for him.
He gets his first major victory. If that wasn't enough motivation, T-Bates completely underrating him, saying he's not an S-tier Rocket League player. He said, thank you,
I'm elevating him now. I'm elevating him now to S-tier. Listen, you got to show me something. He showed me something indeed. He balled out. Drolly did all the finishing for the team for the most part, but you got to also look at Vatigo. The amount of times he was setting up, the amount of times he was holding the back line. And look at it, even right here, even when they're down for ultimates, they had to put in so much work to score 1 with 9 seconds left.
I mean, we mentioned them being a 3-headed beast.
Look at the shot.
You're giving Drolly the MVP. There was no weak link. There is just no weak link on this team. As you said, the ball never goes over their head. They control it. They defend from the halfway line, defend from the midfield. Their touches, Gibbs, are impeccable.
It was just outstanding to watch, and like every shot is great too. It's all bar down, right? It's all those game of inches. When they've wide open net, they're still hitting bar down shots because they know where to place these shots just in case. And Vatira, great shot there to end it. And there you go, K-Corp, your major champions.
The scary part as well, I think Ultimates played a pretty good series.
They played a pretty good
series. The finishing was the only factor you could probably say. They missed a few chances they could have taken, but they still were creating great opportunities. First Killer was looking fantastic on the ball. KC defense. Too good.
Incredible. And just a performance for the ages. And it's not often you have a sweep that feels as entertaining as this one. You know, usually when the games are this one, you're like, oh, let's just get through this and stuff like that. But that was peak Rocket League.
And that's one of those losses for Ultimates. Like, there's not much more we could have done, guys.
Yeah.
We tried our best. It was just K-Corp was that good today, and you hope to catch them on an off day.
Looking back on it, this was the tournament of who gets to lose to Karmine Core in the finals. Like, it was just anybody would have lost there. And you can see our players. Incredible moments. The one on your screen right now, though, you alluded to it. It's kind of obvious. It's Drolly, the MVP of the Birmingham Major.
Yeah, he's got an extra medal around his neck, and he was fantastic. He came into this tournament, I think, widely regarded as the best player in the world, T-Bates, and he did not let us down.
Yeah, he didn't let us down. If any doubters, listen. Zentra, I gotta give respect for him. I'll have to pass it because he's won 3 LAN events in a row, man. That's 3 in a row. I know FIFA E, he had to play Morocco. That was a new team for him. They weren't scrimming. This thing, he won Esports World Cup. He won the World Championship, and now he's won this LAN. He's on fire, and when he's composed with these 2 as well, like I said, you could have given this MVP to any 3 of them, I think. But Drolly, there's nothing wrong with this one.
Yeah, he led all players in the tournament, 1.12 goals per game. That's if this is updated on the way. Either way, he's going to be #1. Drolly, what a performance for him. But again, it's a full team effort. They can print 2 more medals out somewhere, and we'd be fine with it. Go ahead and give 3 MVPs out. But Drolly, out of this world.
we mentioned it before as well. As soon as the World Champs finished, he left BDS. He joins Atto. He joins Vatira. There's so many players. If I won a World Championships, I'd be on holidays. How good's this? I've completed. It's the ultimate goal. No, he's moved on and he's joined an even better team than that World Championship winning roster.
This is very reminiscent. The only other team to ever explode after a World Championship was Season 3 Northern Gaming. The player that left, or one of them that left by himself, was Turbo Pulsa. And we know what happened after that. Back-to-back World Champion title.
Yeah, no, and what Vatira is such a hungry player. He wants equally hungry players around him.
That's
what better confirmation of how hungry Drali is that he wins the biggest title you can win in the game and says, no, we can do better than this. And this is that better he found. What a confirmation that they are the best team in the world right now, folks. An incredible moment. What a celebration of the game. Gotta love it. To wrap up a few other fun things here, I won a tournament this weekend.
You did? Go away.
I did.
The desk stays strong, baby.
Streak alive.
The desk never loses.
You asked me on First Touch on Wednesday. You ever won a prediction contest?
Well, now you have.
Right there.
There you go.
There you go.
A lot of people at K-Corp, very smart individuals there, including chat.
I will say, I've had Carmine Corps, I think, for like the last 4 majors.
Yeah,
and
so
finally,
and I think, like, honestly, majority of this talent seems to have Carmine Corps many times over, so congratulations, you finally got one. So well done.
Yeah.
But they earned that one.
Broken clocks right once a day or something like that. Johnny Boy, congratulations.
Down, man.
Up there, congratulations.
I'm so pumped, not last. But Johnny Boy, he won that like 2 days ago, so.
0.03
credit to him.
Difference between the bottom and the top there. All right, now back to things people actually care about. The points on the season, folks. These are the contenders who came in. Carmine Corps, the only logo with color because they're the only team still alive, but sitting at 70 season points right now.
And you could only get on the online portion was 45. I believe now that gets ramped up a bit, but 70 points, K-Corp, yeah.
Are these all
They're
updated?
going to France.
These should
are
be
all
updated, yeah. So the ultimate.
They got that many more points than everybody else?
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. Vitality obviously fell a bit short there, but Ultimate's catching up to NRG, so that's going to be a race to watch. Falcons and Twisted Minds as well. Twisted Minds look great throughout this whole tournament, so Mina's going to be one to watch for that #1 overall seed.
Yeah, NRG was alone at the top, kind of far and away from the rest of the teams. Now a 6-point gap between first and second as we accumulate points over the course of the season. They're going to have to go and sign up, though, if they want to play in Open #4 as we build momentum towards the Raleigh Major. You can sign up, too, with your friends at start.gg. Sign-ups are open right now. They will stay open through the 14th, I believe, for North America, 21st for Europe, the other regions as well. Falling either on the 14th or the 21st, make sure you take a look at it, what it is for your region locally. But hey, all these guys that were just playing on the stage at one point were kids who had never played in RLCS before, signed up with the team. Now they're getting to celebrate.
You too can lose to K-Corp, just like everyone else. So.
Eventually. You won't lose next time. Well, yeah, I mean, you might lose if you somehow end up playing them right now, but on the stage, it's going to take you a few years.
Just a few, at least.
I mean, these kids are getting better and better. We're doing meet and greets. We're seeing 12-year-olds that are 2,200 in ranked and things like that. I mean, there's a reason why we retired, T-Base.
Yeah, oh, yeah. There's a reason why. I barely made it there. Listen, you actually had a good career.
I'm happy with my decision.
And I retired before this whole thing even happened. That's how smart I was.
CJ, for young kids watching this show who are genuinely like been inspired to sign up, what piece of advice do you have for them? What would you tell them?
I think you're closer than you realize. You know, just keep playing in tournaments and look how quickly these 15-year-olds can hop on the scene. You look at the, Atto now, major champ, he was 15 joining Team Liquid, and it comes around so quickly. So keep on the grind. Keep on.
We'll see if they can do it. My goodness, what an event! What a special place. Thank you so much to Birmingham for being a home here. Any final thoughts, gentlemen, before we head out here?
Man, it's just going to be interesting to see if K-Corp can keep this going. We expect them to, but you just never know what happens in a split. You never know what happens in qualifiers. We've seen that before with K-Corp, where they looked like one of the best teams last year, missed out on major #2. So for all the teams, including K-Corp, yes, you're going to enjoy this victory, but I bet they'll be practicing and scrimming Vitality again next week.
Yeah, it's pretty hard when you're the hunted rather than the hunters. You've got to stay motivated, but Farah, best coach in the world. And I will say with this major, although it was the most dominant run, there's always a funny little Rocket League has some funny sort of stats. And 5 game losses for KC, 2 of those were to OCE. Wild card were the only team to take Carmine Corp to Champions Field this entire event.
Hey,
OCE stocks and they've been higher.
Hey. You gotta find the win where you can find them.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get top 8 eventually at some point, for my sake at least, and for the region's sake. I just want to say thank you to all the fans and everybody who always comes through. It's always a good time. I think Birmingham gave us great energy, and we really did love that. And it was a good land, a great land. And I expect everybody in America to show out to Raleigh, we want that land to be great as well.
And not only that, North America, kind of back up top. They had 2 top 4 teams now go into home court for their major, see if Ultimates can repeat. Obviously, Energy is going to be back and see who else comes with them.
What the stories just build right away. I mean, we're sitting here basking in the glow of an event that just concluded, and yet signups are open right now. First event will be April 26th, North American Open, NA Raleigh Open number 4. April 26th, we'll be live again for that broadcast. But here's where we're at in the season right now, halfway through, as we start to build momentum towards the next major.
And let's not forget the last chance qualifiers that will be online as well. The 4 best regions across these 2 majors will get 1 extra team that goes to that tournament, and that is also with brand new rosters. You can do any roster you want for that, so those will be very exciting until we get to our World Championship, obviously in France, with 20 teams.
We'll see, folks. Man, I'll say I love that the French are looking as dominant as they are. I mentioned this on First Touch, and there was a lot of people in chat that were like, no, that's a boring storyline. But if there's ever been a year I want a EU versus EU final, it's the year where we're in France in a room full of ultras.
But only if it's Vitality versus Kakor. But otherwise, if everyone has to get behind one team in France versus a North American team, that crowd is never going to be louder. So that would be
true. That's true. Imagine
or Amina,
imagine
or
if NRG wins. Or Ultimates win at this point.
Well, listen, they got a lot of work to do.
They do.
Yeah, a lot of teams do.
Top 4, not bad. 2 NA in the top 4.
Top 4, top bad, but that top 1 very far away.
Folks, well, my goodness. Thank you all so much for watching at home across Twitch, across YouTube, across the alternate streams, across the people who join us in the crowd cam. We appreciate you being a part of the Rocket
Give yourself
League
a
story
clap
here, folks. We'll be live again for the North American Open number 4, April 26th, right here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys out there. Stay safe.
Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at progressive.com.
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. Open sesame, keyless sky. Jump in, fling on my belt, then drive. Body kit with a wide arch on the side. Nothing but W's, this thing's wide. Takes off like a G6, then glides. Revs in the red, even when the light's red. Nobody ain't got a track with this vibe. Rear wheel drive just so I can slide. Stay focused, slow mo. Got these moves out of Tokyo drift. All on cam so there ain't no miss. We'll be riding low so the car don't flip. I take corners better than stick. I don't work, but who said I don't shift? Paddles in the back, or we can do stick. Even in the moon, my car would stick. First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start when you hear that tiger really come alive, it's real. 99 octane, I got the juice. I got goals to reach, let me loose. I got horns I can lock with a moose. Every time I turn, I just get a boost. I'm wheel spinning, I'm rubber spilling, I'm way ahead, boy, I'm proper chilling. If I tried, I'd pop a piston. You don't know what you're doing, you should probably listen. I'm really that guy, spinning that wide.